Match found.
Bang, halo Mas. Halo.
Deathmatch. Warm up.
Yo, thank you. Layer, halo. Thank you. Akan kamu ini teori RTO lagi ya? Gak tahu.
Just let them try to have
Fight.
Nggak jelas, ini nggak jelas.
Three.
Ini masalah mas yang masuk nih bos, siaran ulang bareng-bareng. It's okay bro. It's okay. Gue ada janji ini. Soalnya giveaway gue belum giveaway kemarin 3 kali. Suara gue kecil ya? Halo.
Poison's gone.
Badan gue demam, coek. Anget-anget gimana gitu. Terus gue bosan. Kita watch party adik-adik. Demam gue, demam. Anget banget sumpah. Tahu dah. Capean sih malam kok kayak halo harus sehat ya Papers fanatik weh yoi ini gue penasaran sama fanatik sama ini makanya gue pengen stream sekalian harus sehat kemarin abis nonton bola langsung watch party sebenarnya gue ya kecapean iya sih karena gue waktu kemarin tuh live pagi nge-gym latihan watch party lagi anjay wah gila juga ya gue ya niat. Halo. Jing positif ya? Hah? Pada positif semua? Seriusan? Kata gue juga selama master lu gak usah stream pagi. Gak apa-apa. Gue lebih suka stream pagi sebenarnya. Bosen kalau enggak bro. Pagi-pagi tuh gue bangun gak ngapa-ngapain anjing. Bosen cok. Adi bilang hadir, halo. Makanya gue paling cuman kalau yang master ya. Bukannya gue nggak mau nonton kayak sampai jam subuh gitu. Capek bro.
Your fault.
Anjing Jing juga raju. Emang iya. Halo streamer baru. Halo. Kayaknya Pepres gak ada yang di stage GWS ya. Perlu kok komen kayaknya siang koyor siang. Si Aron sama ini gimana? Aron sama Benkai aman. Kasian banget di stage cuma berdua anjing. Dapat kena, biasanya kena.
Poison's gone.
Ada yang rindu dengan Phantom ini adik-adik. Tinggal Aron Benkai doang. Iya, masuk ke stage gimana ya? Masuk ke lapangan gimana saya koyor gokil. Mantap. Gue pengen di-like dulu dong, gue punya poster. Jadi inget akun gede gue. Kenapa akun gede lu?
Yikes.
Woi main Yor, lu main aja.
Stay down. 3.
Kalau udah laku bang, kok bisa jago? Nggak ada jago. Kan kata kalian gue cukup bang. Kasian Yor di stage sepi. Iya. Emang udah mulai ada penonton ya? Belum ya? Top 4 tuh top 4 yang mana ya? Katanya kata Aaron top 4. Top 4 yang mana ya? Udah bener-bener 4 tim tersisa ya?
10 kills
Keep it
remaining.
down.
Gimana sih? Bang kok bisa jago? Nggak tahu. Kalau face televisi itu suasana kayak di stadion gimana ya? Wah gila sih. Gokil bro. Pengen banget.
Oops.
Di situ diuji bro. Mentality. Gue pun belum tentu bisa nggak geter. Anjing. Kalau di stadion gitu geter lah cok anjing. Lu bayangin ya nonton 20.000 orang. Misalkan kalau misalkan final itu ada misalkan ada stadion yang 80.000 orang kapasitas. Jadi sekarang 82.000 ya. GBK
5 kills
72.000. Gue
remaining.
bingung. Mentalnya anjing sih. 78.000 sorakin lu cok lagi bola. Ya kan? Bayangin. Anjing. Wah gokil sih. Gimana ya rasanya ya? Oke, malah kalau dari tweet purpose-nya COVID. Jadi faker juga Alex. Stay safe, tetap pakai masker kalau ke rumah adik-adik. Di Jepang getar venue-nya. Gila sih. Cuman di Jepang tuh gue merasa kayak terlalu ini kayaknya. Penontonnya tuh terlalu terlalu baik. Bukan terlalu baik sih, maksud gue lebih ke arah terlalu disiplin. Ya nggak sih? Makanya kita liatnya makanya kita kemarin liatnya kayak bot anjing. Pemain baru Persija gacor gak ya? Gacor anjing, jago banget si Hano jago banget cok. Tapi ya itu baru latihan 5 hari loh mereka.
1 kill
Dia datang
remaining.
tuh gak nyampe seminggu banget
Okay,
kan.
where's the straggler?
Gue mantunya. Emang culture orang Jepang sopan-sopan. Lu kan anaknya disiplin juga ya. Kalau di Indo rusuh tuh. Mereka orangnya disiplin, tahu aturan. Orang Indo dibikin gitu nggak bakal tahu. Gila sih. Di sini gokil. Suka gue liatnya. Makanya kita liatnya kayak bot ya. Anjing. Ini kok kayak bot. Padahal itu asli. Aduh. Gue paling main segame 2
Match
game.
found.
Ya sampai kita watch party ya adik-adik ya. Oke. Ya kalau lu nge-stream sama nggak nge-stream ada perbedaan in-game nggak? FPS drop or something? Pasti FPS drop dong kalau nge-stream. Pilih mana lo? GTX G Pro Super atau Pulsar X Lite 2? Jelasin kenapa lebih suka yang itu bang Yor. Kalau gue lebih pilih Pulsar. Kenapa? Karena gue
Everyone is afraid of something.
karena gini. Karena gue tipe pegang mouse gue tuh fingertip, bukan claw atau gimana. Dan gue jujur nggak suka mouse yang kecil-kecil gitu sih. Lagi Yor, halo. 3 game bisa sih Yor. Lihat nanti ya. Gue nggak enak badan nih anjing. Gue takutnya pusing cok pas main. Aduh, ngentoy. Ini gue badan gue nih anget banget cok. Bener-bener anget. Mana ya? Sampai sekarang masih pakai pulsa masih nih. Tuh. Karena ada duitnya fix. Apanya karena ada duitnya? Bukan karena duitnya. Gue dulu kan sponsornya Boom kan Logitech kan. Itu gue dikasih GPW G Pro Wireless gue nggak pakai karena nggak bisa kelempar, terlalu kecil sama grip gue nggak dapet. Minum paracetamol yoi, bukan karena ini sih, bukan karena sponsor, jujur aja. Enak pakai yang ergonomik ya. Yes, enak yang ergonomik. Gue suka yang ergonomik kayak gini. Ergonomik kan kayak gini kan ada pantatnya. Vaxi, AX Outset, EC2. Ya kalau misalkan lu ngomongin karena sponsor ya bukan karena itu. Kecuali Logitech bikin yang bener-bener bagus. Itu gimana? Lihat nanti itu. Gitu guys. Final mouse, gue pernah cobaan megang doang, nggak pernah coba buat pakai. Enteng banget anjing. Predict your fanatic lawan Coffee Tracks, nggak tahu bro. Lu udah pernah pakai? Gue cuman megang doang. Buat main di PC nggak? Belum pernah. Enteng, punya si takel. Enak gak buat claw Yor? Kalau cloud kayaknya cari yang kayak G Pro X gitu, G Pro wireless gitu-gitu deh. Duo wireless. Terus final mouse.
Restart shower.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I'll find you.
One shot. A shot in, 2 guys.
Coming.
Stop.
You stop.
Pet care bit.
I think it's A. Very hit.
One shot and one long. 55. Team is healing.
Tipi. It's A. Final selingan asli, iya. Guys, kalian ada yang mau beli artisan nggak? Itu si Kido lagi buka PO. Lagi di Jepang.
One side.
Where are you?
Bring
Bring them down.
Spike planted.
Pocket.
Line with fear.
Tipi pocket.
One down.
One side, one shot, I think.
One enemy
Last shot,
remaining.
maybe. Hit TP.
Yeah. Shot.
Last player standing.
Minus 20.
Aduh. Nice. What the fuck, man? Coach Bali lagi di Jepang, yes. Itu pisau blubuk ya, Yor? Iya. Banyak kalau mau selingan kan solusinya tinggal turunin sense ya? Iya. Nggak juga sih. Gua nggak tahu. Mesti adjust lagi, bro.
Tell you what, a day working the
Gue kalau dikasih final mouse ya nggak nolak. Bukan yang nggak mau, nggak nolak. Namanya dikasih ya guys ya. Terus kita coba. Kalau enak kita gas, kalau ini. Cuman gue udah pernah coba sih. Kayak nggak cocok gitu di tangan gue karena mungkin karena belum kebiasa kali ya. Soalnya kan dari ergonomi ke yang biasa apa sih namanya tuh mouse yang kiri kanan sama itu. Kalau beli sendiri kayaknya nggak tahu sih. 1 juta anjing. Emang pasti waras gak sih?
Where are you?
One more fountain.
Bring them down.
I go A.
Maybe right side.
There.
Ya. Logging.
charges.
IG go ya hookah.
Ya. Fate was low.
I'm giving.
Sekarang lu pakai apa ya? Pulsar.
Nothing short. Just watch shower.
I'm gonna flash shower later.
Gue lagi ini guys, lagi beli faksi yang warna kuning. Tapi lagi tunggu.
Shower.
Too short.
There. I'll find you.
Too short.
Ya.
I think they are force guys.
No, they're force.
Okay.
Spike down A.
Last shot.
One enemy remaining.
Minus 50.
They're concussed.
I hit him for 50 also.
Here.
Box last.
He's 1 HP.
Di sini yang pakai Razer Orochi enggak? Air sources sama pulsa nggak player mulutnya. Beda. Kalau ini wireless sih.
I do like winning.
Sama-sama enak sih. Sama-sama enak. Halo, iya, halo. Di sini dia ada ayam pakai Razer Orochi nggak? Ada ayam. Di sini ada yang pakai ini nggak? Razer yang baru V2. Bagus kan? Karena malam. Anjing, badan gua anget banget.
No.
Udah kayak ini. Selamat malam Lior. Malam. Halo guys.
Okay, start shower.
Where are you? Bomb buddy out.
Shower 2.
Bring them down.
One belong. One hookah, one belong.
There was 2 showers first.
Yeah.
Fade.
Get grounded.
Nice.
Bring them down.
Spike down hookah.
One more
Spike
shower.
hookah.
Side. One side.
One was long.
There's 2
Right
guns.
side. He's gonna TP most probably. Careful.
One enemy remaining.
Gun behind you. Careful.
Behind you.
Behind
Behind.
me?
Where
Nothing,
are
nothing.
you?
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean the vandal? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Come double push with me.
Ya.
30 seconds left.
Nice.
Finally gue dapet kill anjay. Yor, lu udah cek IG lu, kenapa IG gue? Itu di mana? Gue belum ngecek IG gue lagi guys. Gue anjing, gue hari ini ya guys ya. Tau gak? Gue hari ini pas gue abis off stream kan, tadi siang kan gara-gara bisa kesel banget kan. Anjing, gue langsung pas minum panadol 2 tewas gue langsung anjing. HP jam berapa? Jam 6. Setengah 5. Ya, setengah 6 ya. Setengah 5 ya, lupa gue. Gila, gue demam coek nih, sekarang masih lemes. Tapi kita harus waspada. Let's go.
I'll find you.
Bilong.
Smoking hookah.
Take hold.
Left side of you.
Shower was clear, right?
Bring them down.
You want to play? Let's
They're
play.
blind with fear. Close your eyes.
Jet. Chamber.
Face your fear!
One TP.
Ya ampun, long.
Spike down B.
Ya ampun,
Still garden.
pusing.
Blinded.
Garden.
Not so tough after all.
Ya kalau main Master nyanyi kayak artis ya, yoi. Kalau lolos guys, gua kalau lolos.
Chamber,
Nanti
I
have
marked
fun.
them. You
Coba
shoot
kita ke
them.
Phantom dah ngentoy
Prepare
ini.
the arrangement.
Bang, mau pemain Ceko baunya gimana bang? Kenapa jadi pemain Ceko baunya gimana? Mau nanya Chamber apa Jet, tergantung. Kukira hubungan kita istimewa. Kenapa
Bayu,
Jet? Maka dari itu sore Yor membutuhkan gift agar terus semangat dan berbahagia guys ya, amin. Kukira bahwa kita ternyata aku hanyalah binatang. Memang lu binatang bro. Siapa yang nganggap lu manusia? Siapa coba? Coba tanya streamer lain. Lu
I'll find
binatang.
you.
One shot.
Wait, can you
Coba.
check for me?
Coba tanya.
Yeah, can.
Coba tanya. Game is your, thank you bro.
One outside shower.
Fuck man. Fuck me.
You are divided.
I'm all it, cannot go in.
Let's take shower.
There, take them. Bring them down.
Spike
Kok
down
nggak keluar?
A.
Ya talinya nggak ada. Oh udah mati.
One guy TP. One guy missed. Outside shower maybe.
One enemy remaining.
Last guy.
Hey,
Take my off.
Rise, I love the distraction.
Pemain Persija yang baru dari Ceko Bang Yor. Iya sih Kudela. Kenapa lu tanya bau badan
Break the
anjing?
shitty things for me.
Pura-pura sakit lu Yor.
Yeah, be long. You guys can play 3 actually. 3, 4.
Terserah dah. Orang kayak gitu ya masih ada ya komen kayak gitu ya guys ya.
Let's make some chaos.
Sedih. Babi.
I think they're coming A, B guys.
Ya think so.
Where are you?
Joke's over. You're dead.
Yeah, ulti shot.
Hai Yor, halo Kensus 13.
Fucking run and gun me, man. Shot in.
Bomb buddy out.
Nothing else.
Bring them down.
spike planted.
Lah kocak.
Last player standing.
Dia cabut anjir. Sorry. It's okay. Temu Karen Yor dalam Persija.
Trap
Siapa itu?
destroyed.
Yang ini ya, yang bola ya? Ya Persija Esport gabung di divisi NL. Nggak tahu.
One bullet per enemy. That should be enough, yes?
Reloading.
Persija masih bisa masuk campaign nggak? Nggak bisa. Ya kamu cukur rambut kayak kamu itu namanya apa? Nggak tahu bro. Kayak kalau lagi sakit serat aja. Sampai PPRX ya guys. Kita nonton PPRX, oke? Abis itu udahan gua. Kapan lu main di champion Yor? Nungguin di besok. Udah nggak bisa bro. Gua cupu loh. Itu boom Onyx sama ini masih bisa.
I'll find you.
Short.
I think sih.
Dashing.
Just dash. with the recall, no one shoot.
On your hold.
Anjing.
Ouch!
Gila nih orang. Buset.
One more you all.
Spike down A.
Phoenix.
Last player
Come
standing.
on.
One enemy remaining.
Anjing bisa miss kayak gitu, coek.
Can look B.
Ayo nggak disebut padahal bestie. Aduh, udah jangan nggak usah back bikin siapa udah udil.
They are so dead.
Kayak bocil anjing.
I can buy next.
Maksudnya
Sorry,
jangan-jangan
Riz.
Covid, makanya gue takut nih. Gue
Okay.
pengen periksa cuman gue malas pergi. Gue di rumah aja lah. Kentot.
I'll find you.
Okay, top.
One in our
Yeah, I think it's safe, guys.
Flash it.
Kayak they know, I think.
There.
Got you.
Bait me.
You go first.
Jet default.
Bring them down.
One default.
Spike down A.
Dude, if
One enemy remaining.
I'm a shower.
Spike spotted A.
Phoenix sekarang yang dipakai kenapa dah? Soalnya guys, flashnya gila banget.
Okay, I
Juga
only
lu
have, like,
Patonas kalau main Cypher yor. Of course Nars lah anjing, gue siapa?
Anyone feeling generous?
Kayaknya udah gak kuat begadang ya. Gak tau karena mungkin gue kecapean sih. Karena tiap hari gue ini sih. Gue pikir ya karena gue mau ini. Gue pikir tuh Master tuh pas setelah play-in tuh ada istirahatnya bentar anjing. Gue bisa istirahat ternyata dia lanjut gas gitu. Gokil.
Get out of my way!
Where are you?
Get him.
Get it again.
yeah, one A.
They found my trap.
Coming in.
Ya.
Fake shower, jet dash in. Jet's on side, fake showers.
Open up the sky. You want to play? Let's play.
Bait shower.
Show 1 HP, 143.
One less.
Shower low.
Seek them out.
91.
This Astra, wow.
Down and out.
Last player standing.
Low, 1 HP, bro. This guy 1 HP. Dead.
Astra side ready.
Spike down B.
Nice man.
Faktor umur itu.
Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere.
Bacot nih Udil nih anjing. Saya pakai bacot dah Dil. Anjay.
We buy next.
Bacot.
The
Udil.
Phoenix gonna ulti A again.
Semuanya thank you. Ya tadi barrelnya kelihatan iya kah? Wah maaf guys, gue lagi lihat orang yang jelas baru bisa lihat.
You pick the ulti out need.
Gue bosen guys, cuman tiduran doang. Kalau enggak pengen main.
Where
Karena kan
are
bentar lagi pas party kan.
Joke's over. You're dead.
Ini arah Udil bukan Yor? Tahu? Gak ada terima kasih
Face
jadi
your
orang dia.
fear!
Close.
Bring them down.
One more.
Yeah, ulti. One more.
One backside. Fall on backside.
One enemy remaining.
Fall dead. 1 A shot.
Last guy, he ulti.
Bring them down. Bomb buddy out.
Hehe.
Satchel out.
Probably shot. Holy shit.
Reloading.
Wash up,
Tewa
player.
iya nih, Udil mana Udil? Babi.
Rest is
Yang
overrated.
binatang dia tuh binatang.
They are mine.
Come help me belong, guys.
I'll find you.
One more belong.
One enemy remaining.
WP anjing, what the fuck? Dari mana itu? Duitnya Astra kah?
Last round before the switch.
Don't save anything. Last chance to use our stuff.
Tak terkira di sampingku. Pengen coba crosshair itu udah lama. Gue belum bunuh-bunuh nih guys, tai.
What is this?
Where are you?
Jet dash.
Bring them down.
One enemy remaining.
There, take them.
Ya Tuhan. He's deaf.
Running shower.
Deaf.
Running shower.
Launching smoke.
Oh shit, bad smoke, sorry.
Kenapa disebut ya?
Something.
Spike planted.
Don't HP.
Tadi siang internetnya kenapa ya? Nggak tahu, tiba-tiba RTO 4 biji, terus tiba-tiba pas RTO langsung nge-freeze Valorant gua. Tahu?
Not the boom you hoped for.
Lu makan apa ya? Kok unlucky terus nggak tahu tuh. Aku digendong anjing.
Switching sides.
Time to fix this time.
Ya kalau RTO follow freeze kenapa ya? Gue selalu begitu. Nggak tahu, gue juga bingung. Tadi gue freeze berkali-kali, aneh. Freeze, gue nggak ngerti cara kayak gue masukin test manajernya nggak bisa.
I'm coming from belong.
Cuma bisa alt tab terus test manajer nggak bisa kebuka, aneh. Auto. Bawa tekalnya gimana kok? Enak. Dia kayak nggak ini sih. Nggak apa namanya, nggak keras. Gue juga harus belajar PC, iya. Test manajernya pakai control alt del. Iya tahu sayangku. Nggak bisa dibuka.
Bring them down.
I'll find you.
Launching smoke. Gunner.
Flashing backside.
Blinded.
Side one.
Shot in.
One more, I think.
Bro, copy.
Copy one. One CT, one copy. CT and copy.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Team Ace.
You beaut. That's what I like. No doctor.
Gue juga sering freeze gitu pas update pakai WinTap zaman udah
Let me know if you
canggih.
need healing.
Oh pakai WinTap bisa ya? Gue baru tahu. Bisa di close gitu. Kita pakai ya demam.
I'm gonna bombard stars for you. If you're going.
Oh, I got no ship for. No, I'm playing late. I cannot come shower.
Okay, I'll start.
My ult's not ready.
I go shower.
Oh, dog, you hold.
They start outside hookah.
Just to scare us.
And you hold.
Demam kenapa lu COVID ya? Nggak tahu nih.
One more, I think.
You hold. Yep. One more you hold. Flashing.
Oh, 1 HP.
Satchel out.
1 HP pushing shower.
Oh, you have
Where
flash.
are you?
One enemy remaining.
Last guy 1 HP. He pushed short. Minus 90.
Spike planted. Bring them down.
He's like 20 HP.
Mga kayo, semoga sehat dan selalu. Thank you Bazu. Tapi seminggu ini bukannya lu makan sehari sekali plus bagerang terus.
Anyone have any splints? I may
Iya,
have jammed
terlalu
my
capek gue
fingers.
kayak. Gue rasa gue takut COVID sebenarnya. Tapi harusnya enggak sih. Gue cuma ngerasa kayak kecapean. Ngerasanya ya. Coba jam berapa? Jam 10. Nggak matior, nggak mana, nggak ada yang kurang. Lagi nggak bisa bro. Lagi yang anjing.
On, let's go.
Tak terkira.
Dim beacon here.
Bring them down.
Oh, one more 80 hit a shot.
Okay, left side.
Cover me.
Where are you?
On top of side, guys.
One more hookah.
One hookah, one side.
Left side hookah.
Enemy spotted B.
Pushing up.
Bring them down.
One shot.
Spike down B. Last player standing.
Oh, nice.
Mau popin dia anjing, gue juga mau popin sih. Sama-sama mau popin anjir.
But no one's music here.
Bangke. Popin. Iya anjing, udah tuh jadi penyakit umur. Aduh. Si Aap game nih ada masalah apa sih lu? Lu ada masalah apa bro? Dari kemarin anjing.
Is he coming back?
Yeah, he's coming back.
Kenapa sih? Lu ada masalah apa? Lilit utang
I'll
ya?
find you.
Can you take it?
Reloading. Bring them down. We found one.
One outside shower. Yang jadi tidak kayak yang iya anjing, ada masalah apa sih? Lu terlilit utang kah?
Can you guys come to us below?
Enemy spotted A.
Wait, go B. Leave me.
Gobi, can you Gobi? I wait. I ult A, then you guys go.
There, take them.
No, he's here. What?
Reload. Mark one.
Here, elbow.
Okay, you plan
found
for
one.
hookah and long. Plan for hookah long. I'm covering.
Here, elbow.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Plan for us.
One more smoke. Smoking city again.
Okay. Hold
Smoke's
it.
down.
I'll find you. There. No charges. We'll catch them.
One elbow. One towards us.
No more dreams.
The other side, this side.
Match point.
Now shatter it.
Cheater. Kagak anjay. What? Bisa gitu anjing.
I'm gonna take shower up. My ulti.
What?
Safety's off.
Just come A, just come A.
I think they'll push somewhere. Can you dog a shot us?
Yeah,
Get out of my way.
I don't.
Bring them down. Spike is down. I have the
Spike
spike.
down A.
Where are you? Bring them down. They're blind with fear. Take hold.
Aff ya abi.
Oh, what?
Last player standing. Spike down A.
Ya benar mending swap
I
biar
open
aman,
their
mulai
minds.
tinggi lagi nih
Find
kasus.
the weakness.
Mainnya gitu sih. Lo bang aku telat ya? Iya. Hoki anjing. What the fuck man?
They are so dead.
Tak terkira.
Make them dance.
You want to play? Let's play.
Get on.
One more hookah, though.
I'll find you. R1, bring them down.
Open up the sky.
We found one.
One enemy remaining.
Bring them down.
Attackers
Fix it.
win.
Anyone up for a copper slices place? Wherever that is.
Baby, 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 oh like baby, 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 oh like.
Match found.
Citra Asu. Ya bang istirahat aja. Apa yang istirahat? Istirahat ngobrol aja ya. Last game ya. Last game sih kita ngobrol. Sekalian mau party kan 1 game lagi. 1 game lagi dah. Aduh, smoker lagi dah, tai.
I am the beginning. I am
Kamu istirahat aja bang, jangan sakit. Siap bang Abdul, ntar abis ini ya. Abis ini ntar kita watch party PRX. Gue penasaran sih, PRX sama Fnatic nih gonna be a hot match, tau gak? Hot match, hot HWT match. 3 orang covid. Hoodie lu tulisannya apa ya? Lawan Bani sama siapa? Aduh.
Jid, you're very talented.
no charges.
Oh kayak halo, di 4 second dapat Alex jadi fake positif covid. Sama siapa lagi bang? Apa yang sama siapa?
No A man, no A.
Yang akhirnya kesampaian.
Okay, let's go.
What? Where we go?
Come see.
Okay. Tidus.
Hello, Kevin.
Yeah man. Let's go. Sadarin Banior dia lagi mabok kenapa?
Reloading.
One backside.
Enemy spot. Where are you?
Shadows
Bring
traveling.
them down. They're blind with fear.
Ada Bani.
Reloading. Reloading.
Spike planted.
Two city.
One enemy remaining.
278. Ini sini bukan sih? Ini nggak sih? Hah?
I can feel their
Si
panic.
Besti gua anjing.
Drive it into
Oi! Besti. Anjing. Twizy welcome bro, thank you.
I go A.
Besti gua bro. What the fuck man? Ada mas hari ini ada PRX.
I will be their nightmare.
Blind sight.
Cover going out.
Bring them down.
Headshot.
Going out.
What the heck?
Stealing sight.
One enemy remaining.
C guy, right?
Just let them try to catch me.
Boleh gue sudah out.
Yang di sana nanti Aaron sama Ben kayak doang. Iya kasihan ya. Anjing. Kerjaan gue cuman plan the bomb. Aduh, puyeng kepala gue ngentoy. Suas party sini. Let's go, Peprex, Siapa yang dukung Peprex adik-adik?
There.
Siapa yang dukung Peprex?
Claw through them.
What's this?
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted. Where are
Cover going out. Blinding.
Bring them
Backside,
down.
back flat.
Last player standing.
Ya mah
Spike
pakai
down,
close
C.
anjing. 15%, 6%.
The enemy fears you, Reyna. You can use that.
Wah, taik lah. Itu outnya berapa guys? Peprex fanatik. Jangan Peprex satu tim lagi kena COVID. Gak tahu bro.
Take A, I can go out long.
They are
Sorry, bro.
mine.
Yeah, careful. I will flash again.
I'll find you.
Short.
Yes, short.
Bring them down.
Short. No more drone. Alright, 40 shot. Okay.
I
Valo
can
dash.
scan in 10 seconds. Wait 10 seconds.
That's short.
There's 3 here.
I'm scared.
Where
I'm gonna
are
go for
you?
shot.
Nice smoke.
There's 4 here. There's 4 here. I'm running.
Reloading.
Astra also there, right?
Yeah.
That's for City shoot.
30 seconds left.
One more.
One enemy remaining.
Locks.
Last player standing. Spike down. C.
Okay,
Mau
we know the
popin
drill.
ler anjing.
And we'll crush it.
And
Ya di Twitch Peprex gitu lah nanya dua. Bisa jadi dong kalau misalnya ngatain menang. Aaron nama Ben kayak di stage.
I'm trying my best.
Sekalinya chance 2 ratingnya malah pada sakit ente.
I can aim.
Mau tie dash shoot throwing.
Keep your eye on target.
No, I'm trying my best.
Reloading.
Nice.
Okay, Dutch and window 2 garage.
I have the spike.
Shadows traveling.
Goodbye.
One more was ceiling.
Can you take the gun and
No gun,
Wait.
Dutch.
2A ya? Masih no 2A.
Where are you?
I'm ceiling.
Where?
Yes.
let's go see guys. Let's go see.
I can out.
We just walk.
I'm gonna check side. I'm gonna check side.
Nightmare, take them!
Shadows
Mark
traveling.
one.
Watch them run.
Nowhere to run!
Reyna 55.
Cover going out.
Reyna take 55. He's not healing.
Spike planted.
Can you shoot up? Last player standing.
Oh.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out.
Sponsor, thank you bang sponsor, anjay.
Nice try.
Thank you.
PSG, yo.
Thank you so much, bro. Gimang, gokil. Thank you sangat, sumpah. Siapa aja
Their
yang dapat?
chamber is dangerous from afar. What's up close? Keep building like the rest of
Aduh,
us.
thank you sangat, sumpah. Gokil, guys, gokil banget, sumpah dah. Fuck, man. Itu bukan yang bang sponsor nih, bukan yang 10.000, guys.
I think the chamber is like
Yang
rotating.
50.000. Respect. Respect, guys, respect.
It's going to run up way long.
Ya, let's go.
Focus now. Eyes off.
Gokil.
You want to play? Let's play. Reloading. Shadows traveling.
Smoke ready.
I'll find you.
Two side. Three side. Yeah, right side.
Last player standing.
Cover going out.
They have courage.
Ini kenapa sih? Loss gue gede banget nih, calon-calon RTO kah? Babik. I think we go see or split see later. Bani chamber sama musuh kan? Iya. Bani main sama siapa? Makasih banyak bang sponsor, gokil. Gokil. Smoke, garage.
Shadows traveling. Gun here.
One garage.
Last player standing.
Si Bani main sama siapa sih? Sama ceweknya ya? Bani main sama Kaskarosi, gak tau bisnis gue juga error anjir. Tadi Cahaya tiap game juga gini. Tau lah, aneh. Tuh, lihat tuh.
Aneh, Cahaya. No offense.
Let's go.
Di put trap chamber.
Indie home aja ya, sama aja lah bro. Dari yang bener bro. Udah cobain indie home, my rap, bisnet, FNC semuanya sama. Gak ada yang stabil tuh, gak ada. Gak ada yang stabil 1 tahun tuh, gak ada babit lah.
Enemy spotted mid.
Cover going
Oh
out.
my god, my smoke.
Shadows traveling.
My smoke not really
I
good.
have the spike.
Close right.
Get back.
Nowhere to run!
Di back Bani selalu suka bang. Bani mana Bani?
One enemy remaining.
Spike planted. Still in sight.
Di Bani.
Blind with fear.
Mana Bani?
Inside your head.
Mana Bani anjing? Oh ini. Lompat.
Need a recharge.
Di back sopan, agil. Gitu doang, cuman setengah.
You ult?
Anjing, keringetan, bangke. GG. Thank you banget mas sponsor. Where you want to go, B? I smoke B. I smoke right side.
I'll find you.
What's garage?
Backside.
Blinding.
What's my left? Oh my god.
Spike planted.
One enemy
Garas,
remaining.
garas, garas.
Low.
Tibek bani. Anjay.
Let's get these idiots.
Lu main kapan, bro?
1 Agustus. Ini nggak tahu tuh jadwalnya belum keluar.
Easy nggak?
Need a drop.
Amin, easy.
Drop one, Kevin.
Ya.
I'm gunning for chamber.
I'll find you. Marked one.
Reyna backside.
Can we go garage?
I have this bike.
I smoke garage. Wait.
Shadows traveling.
Enemy spotted.
Bring them down.
Chamber
Kasih
was
gua ya
here,
spike-nya.
chamber was here.
I have the spike.
Chamber was window, guys.
I'll go back Silong.
Can you one stay there? One stay there. We go Silong. One stay there. We go Silong, guys. Let's go.
One garage, one C. One mid, one garage, one C, one.
Sight.
I'll find you.
No charge.
Last player standing.
Aduh, gua mau tempe anjing, pusing gua.
Backside.
One enemy remaining.
Ya lo punya binatang peliharaan nggak? Nggak punya. Bokap gua tuh apa?
Generate.
Peliharanya kucing yang di luar, guys. Kucing luar rumah.
Reloading.
Kasih makan gitu. Udah punya beranak aja.
I go find forward Reyna.
What?
Teşekkürler. Thank you.
Gonna stick here.
Everywhere.
Kalau Udil binatang.
You want to play?
Ya
Let's
guys ya, gua
play.
nggak ini banget. Lemes gua tadi. Want to go? As well, Heaven, Smart City.
Shadows traveling.
I'm gonna follow.
Bring them down.
One enemy
Mas ya,
remaining.
yang
Spike
mati
down
aku
A.
orang paling terakhir.
I have the spike.
50, guys. 3v1.
Spike planted.
2v1 lang.
Where are you? Take hold.
Aduh. Nice shot.
Sweet dreams, asshole.
Mbak tadi siang kok cepet sama streamnya karena internet gue lagi rip. Nih lihat nih, internet gue juga kayak gini. Lihat nih. Paket
Last
loss gua.
round
Lihat paket
in the
loss gua
half.
25%.
Spend everything.
Asli. Paket jam berapa? Jam 10.
They don't have op.
Let's declare, iya.
Pick them.
Does anyone have funds?
I'm gonna pick them. We can play a bit slow first. Wait,
Yeah.
Careful,
Does
team,
anyone have funds?
Taking-
Merci.
I will flash A and break link one.
Reloading.
2A, raise also. 2A, 1C. Maybe only 1C, guys. Clear.
Oh shit. Anjing.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
I'm coming back, I'm sorry.
Plan for silang guys. Bisa.
Aw, thought you tried.
Nice.
Switching sides.
Another begins.
Menurut PPS bisa juara master nggak ya? Bisa. Gak tau kenapa gue feeling gue kok PPS lawan Farati kok menang PPS ya guys ya. Tergantung sih, soalnya Alfajarnya kayak B aja sih menurut gue. Kayak terlalu overrated banget, orang-orang kayak Alfajar, Wonderkid.
Push me.
Yang Wonderkid menurut gue sih Jadon Susanto sama Jing dah.
I mark here for you or what?
Yeah, you mark me.
Terlalu overrated iya gue rasa. Kalau Derke ya nggak usah ditanya sih, kalau Derke terlalu gila sih. Lawan Banior iya.
Happy hunting, Omen.
For second selain entry Valo, entry Covid juga di tim sendiri. Iya anjing. Si? Smoke long.
Mau.
Gua kok gini sih? Hah? Loh.
Digit A in guys.
Yeah, ini.
I can flash later. Wait. I can flash ready.
Spike planted.
Flashing.
They're blinded
Enemy
with fear.
kill.
One enemy remaining.
Tekan R lagi, oke. Tadi gue udah ketekan R, cok. Gue udah lihat tekan R, cuman kok nggak bisa ya?
Kita ini ya.
Kenapa? Si Bani. Ah iya, seriusan.
Renanya.
Got it?
Asli, ada
Bani, Kohaili, Eskarosi.
ada cinta di sana, bro.
And V-Ball.
Oh.
Viewer? Oh.
Yeah, that's right, V-Ball.
I think the chamber will lurk, bro.
Time to work.
Here.
Shadows traveling.
Only right now. I only see right now.
Middle.
Cover going out.
Oh shit.
They going A, wait.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
The fuck? What the?
They got X-ray, bro.
Ay.
I survived obliteration.
Holy shit, yeah,
I will survive them.
Jing juga covid ya katanya. Iya, 3 orang covid kan? Gue besok gym. Ntar ya. Gua lagi sakit nih, bangke. Saya besok bisa gym. Lihat besok ya. Apa lu? Kecapean kayak feeling gue demam gue. Silong.
Shadows traveling.
Si.
Marked one.
No more.
Them down.
Blinding.
Oh shit, man! No, pick.
All three there, just hold. I got their back also.
Ya. Yos ya, Bani belum sanggup di back lu. Kenapa?
Reloading.
What the fuck?
Shadows traveling.
Coming to.
Thank you, Bang sponsor, gokil sih lu. Anjing.
What? T-base.
Going A?
My ultimate is not ready.
Make and B go A.
A1.
Yeah, lobby. Two step.
Long, going long.
30 seconds left.
Walking, no sound.
Cover going out.
What?
Go back.
C.
Spike planted.
Wah, musuhnya niat anjing.
No charges. Cover going out.
Last player
Fuck,
standing.
one backside. Ah!
Okay, pero they play PCP, unlucky.
Their teeth will shatter in the
Di
cold
Twitternya
and
Jing nggak
dark.
covid, Yor. Jadi gimana sih? Jadi yang covid siapa, coy?
They will smoke here and cross to A shot.
Covid ngaruh nggak? Nggak tahu, tergantung. Dia ada ini nggak? Ada apa sih ngomongnya itu? Kalau misalkan demam gitu-gitu apa ya namanya ya? Ada apa ya namanya ya? Efeknya kali. Siapa lagi nih yang covid nggak tahu, katanya Jing. Terus tadi yang bilang Twitternya Jing. Ntar kita lihat aja lah, Pak Abi.
See that inside.
Shadows traveling.
What?
Cover going out.
Si. Ayah, kenapa sih? Pick apa si ini?
Spike
Ditembusin ya?
planted. Last player standing.
Spam dia.
Where are you?
Kalau di stat sepisah gitu masih LAN apa online ya? LAN ya nggak tahu bro.
Funny thing.
Ini gue punya ini loh, gue punya paket los anjing bener-bener dah.
Flash for me, I dash it. I watch YouTube.
Smoke lah?
Okay.
No, just
Here.
Flash, Omen flash.
Oke.
My flash also there, so the
Here.
all black.
There.
If I get 3, we win the round, okay?
Okay.
Here.
What's this?
Stealing sight.
Fire in the hole!
Silong in.
Window kentot, nge-lag anjing nge-lag.
Last player standing.
You blind?
Yeah.
Wow.
Things they know pain. They can't begin to comprehend.
Aaron udah kena covid, dia udah pernah kena, jadi udah ada imunnya. Belum tentu lah, ada yang si NWJ aja infonya udah gila. Udah kena 2 kali, bisa kena lagi. Kena sekali, bisa kena lagi. Jangan marah dong, aduh jangan dong. Aku lagi nggak enak badan, lu suruh marah-marah mulu. Nah apa sih? Lu tuh kasihan gua kayak sehari tarik. Biar gua tenang dikit lah.
Mid. Bombot.
Enemy A.
Cover going out.
One silong.
Disappear.
One down.
Jangan walk gitu lu anjing.
Right there.
Koceng,
Maybe
testing.
in. I don't know.
Mau ngapain lu? Hah?
In. Wah, one side. Both B.
Stealing sight.
Spike planted.
One left, one right. He blind.
One enemy remaining.
Backside.
Gak tembus. Gak tembus.
Apa?
Push a button. Say, I'll find you.
Itu siapa anjing? Nih mau lihat muka gua nih, taik lah.
See what they have planned for us
Bisa
this time.
bisanya dikasih 100.000 terus.
Got chamber op. PK.
Anjing dah. Dadah wae. Gue show katanya kalau nge-gym perlu hari liburnya juga, jangan tiap hari. Iya, gue udah libur sebenarnya. Kemarin tuh nggak apa-apa. Itu Covid ya, nggak tahu bro.
Thank you.
You want to play? Let's play.
Siapa tuh yang kasih? Lita ya? Kayaknya Lita nih feeling. Smoke long. Ini smoke shot.
Cover going out.
They drone shot. Can you break drone?
Marked one.
Nowhere to run!
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Two shot.
Lama. Sekali lo anjing.
Let's go.
Pocket loss gua imba sih, sumpah dah. Ampun dah bisnet dah, ya ampun. Dia nembak gua kayak delay gitu gak sih? Tiba-tiba dapat membership gini anjay. Yoi, mantap gak? Mantap gak?
Wait for me.
Siapa sih yang donate? Fix nih, pasti Lita nih. Siapa? Bukan. Oh bukan. Anjing, bisa muka gua terekspos tai. Yang lagi kayak gitu lagi anjing. Malu bet.
Shadows traveling.
Droning shot. Bet bro.
Shadows traveling. Trap destroyed.
One window.
One Ose garage.
Huh?
Coming A guys.
Astra's gone.
Check everything.
Cover going out.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
Anjing ini orang ngomong mulu.
Kita nggak bisa nyari info dah.
Match point.
Stay alive.
I want their life, not yours.
Bro, no way, right? He walked out of window and checked me. E-base.
I don't know man.
Wow.
Just move.
Inner elo.
Ini yang lag gua apa sih? Gua yang lag.
Hey,
Jam berapa sih? Oh.
Let's go.
Recon A, drone A,
Ya, I smoke A.
bombot A.
Shadows traveling.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
See?
Shadows traveling. Blinding.
Lag.
Oh, they go A.
Spike planted.
You're here.
The hunt begins.
Last player standing.
Navi versus
Attackers
Fazil, siapa
win.
yang bakal menang? Navi. Ini kita giveaway yuk. Giveaway 3 orang yuk. Giveaway 3 orang yuk. Sebentar ya. Giveaway yang kemarin. Pengen diakses koin. Awas Kobo, semoga cepat sembuh. Thank you. Astaga woi babik. Apa itu? Astaga kentot. Yuk giveaway yuk. Tolonglah. Davai Jing positif ya? Nggak tahu, kayaknya iya. Sabar ya, aku cinta Tokopedia. Yuk, let's go yuk. 3 kali ya guys ya, hari ini yang ini 3 kali ya. Nanti pas kalau misalkan gue masih kuat, ntar kita 5 kali ya. 3 kali 100.000 lumayan sih, lumayan gak sih? Yuk, let's go yuk. Bisa 500 orang bisa nggak guys? Atau 400? Kira-kira 500 orang. PPRX yang ada di saya cuma ada Benke sama Aaron, sumber Twitter PPRX. Oh ya? Ente dah. Ya kan 400 bisa nggak nih? Kalau 400 bisa kita gas sih. Karena IG gua, jangan lupa di follow IG gue ya guys ya. Terima kasih. Kalau misalkan nggak follow gue nggak bisa ngechat. Ntar kalau misalkan nggak ngechat hangus guys. Oke? WIB cuma di Tokopedia tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan, diskon gede-gedean beli satu sepuasnya, bisa di Tokopedia. Gila bang sponsor, thank you banget sumpah, ya ampun. Semoga bang sponsor, semoga rezeki lu dilipat kalikan ya. Semoga, amin. Dilipat kali gandakan, amin. Welcome guys, welcome. Thank you. Say thank you ke bang sponsor, gokil sih. Gokil, what the fuck. Bima Prasetya Adi Pratama, welcome bro. Welcome. Gokil. Thank you bang sponsor, semoga rezekimu dipermudah, amin. Dilipat kali gandakan, amin. Terima kasih. Ayo, masa 250 orang doang adik-adik? Thank you lu, gue happy sih. Thank you bang sponsor, yoi, happy sih. Soalnya walaupun gue sakit gini, tetap wah gokil. Ada aja orang baik. Gokil, thank you, sumpah. Ada aja orang baik ya, mantap. Ayo, yuk, guys, masa 265 orang doang ikut? Jangan lupa di follow akunku guys, terima kasih. Mamat ikutan gak tuh? Ikut, ayo Mat. Udil mana Udil? Ayo, masa 270? Let's go. 30 lagi kita roll ya, adik-adik. Let's go. Gokil. Anjir. Brams, welcome bro. Welcome. Thank you udah join bro. Thank you. Gas 30 lagi adik-adik. Iya, 20 lagi adik-adik. Yuk, gas. 10 lagi. Gaskan. 300, let's go. WIB cuma di Tokopedia tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan, diskon gede-gedean sepuasnya, bisa di Tokopedia. Waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Namshu. Kongres bro, Namshu. Ayo Namshu. 45 detik gak datang, aku hanguskan dari muka bumi ini. Namshu, let's go Namshu. Yuk Namshu. Bisa nih Namshu, yuk Namshu. Lima 15 detik lagi ya guys ya. 15 detik lagi ya. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Ada anjir 3 detik guys. Namshu, congrats. Mana IG lu bro? Ada apa IG lu bro? IG lu apa? IG. Namshu juga bang, Namshu. Oke. Alright. Oke, kita roll lagi ya guys ya. 2 kali lagi. WIB. Wah, ente donate. Oke, media share. Emang siapa yang ada yang donate? Diskon gede-gedean sepuasnya. Bisa di Tokopedia. Jangan main food skandal. Apa nih? Anjing. Enggak guys, itu gua kretek. Kalian tahu kan kretek, yang kretek-kretek gitu. Kentut lah. Sus. Muka lu sus. Thank you loh anjing. Itu enggak guys, itu kretek-kretek itu loh, tahu nggak sih? Babik ya. Tolonglah adik-adik. Oh iya, kita belum ini. WIB. Cuma di Tokopedia tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan. Diskon gede-gedean sepuasnya. Bisa di Tokopedia. Waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eskopior, well, thank you. Congrats bro. Eskopior, congrats. Dimanakah Eskopior? 45 detik kamu tidak chat, kamu hangus bro. Eskopior, ayo. Eskopior. Halo, apa IG-mu nak? Apa IG-mu? No second account ya guys ya. No second account ya. IG lu apa? Ya Eskopior, IG lu apa? Gak ada sih dari tagnya apa. Eskopior udah cair S-nya, congrats. Yoi. Apa IG lu? Eskopior. No second account ya. Ayo wey, Eskopior, IG lu apa? Gua DM bentang, gak usah, langsung ini aja. Gue males lihat ini, langsung gue DM aja. Lu langsung ini aja. Langsung apa? Langsung IG lu apa di sini? Soalnya gue nggak tahu yang kalau misalkan lu DM yang lain DM terus segala macam lu nggak dapat kan susah. Iya share, oke, iya share. Di ini dong, di apa? Jangan di private. Aku nggak bisa ini dong, nggak bisa di DM. Jangan di private. Eskopior. Jangan di private, nggak bisa di DM. Oke. Alright. Oke, satu kali lagi guys. Udah gue DM ya. WIB cuma di Tokopedia tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan. Diskon gede-gedean sepuasnya. Bisa di Tokopedia. Waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Not now. Ini kenapa yang dapat ya anim-anim semua ya fotonya adik-adik ya? Ini kenapa dapatnya anim-anim semua ya dapatnya ya? Alright. Hadir apa IG lu? Ntar kita masih ada 5 kali lagi ya guys. Kita nonton PARTY PRX lawan Fanatic dulu. Gue cuma berdoa semoga 2 game, amin. 21 Fauzi. Masih ada 5 kali lagi ya guys ya. Not now. 21 Fauzi yang mana nih? 2 game pair menang kan Yor? Iya, semoga PARTY PRX menang ya. Next PP. Mana? Cok 21 Fauzi. Kok gue gak ketemu ya 21 Fauzi ya? Soalnya yang gue ketemu 21 Fauzi gak follow gue. Foto wibu. Aduh. Oke, ini dia. Gak di ior, gak dikacau, gak pernah menang giveaway. Bang sponsor, lu aja udah giveaway gue tiap hari. Tadi aja gue udah giveaway berapa orang, gila. Lu gokil sih. Thank you banget lu bang sponsor, gokil. Oke guys, ntar kita 5 kali lagi ya. 5 kali lagi adik-adik. Ini kita nonton Fanatic dulu.
We had 2 elimination matches and you know, I think if my math is correct, we lost about 2 teams from the competition. But first we saw the EMEA rivals FPX and Guild go at it. Yoru finally made an appearance on map 2 as FPX's pick, which I was very excited about. And then they lost 12 rounds in a row. Coincidence? I think not. But despite that, they picked up the other 2 maps. And Bren, this game, I didn't know what to do with my hands sometimes.
Well, the first map was that's okay. I mean,
PP Anim dilarang ikut, nggak gitu lah adik-adik.
Like a statue, but
Thank you loh, thank you.
This first map gave me so much hope for just like a
entertaining
series, and I'll be honest as well. I mean, the follow-up games were so one-sided. Map 2 and map 3, Guild ended up completely counter-stratting the Euro that ended up coming their way, but this first one delivered just an unreal scenes, didn't it?
Selipin gua ke dalam giveaway boleh nggak Yor lewat link? Bang sponsor, kamu aja udah giveaway orang loh. Kamu yang bikin giveaway sendiri. Thank you loh bang sponsor, gokil. Lo gua party bang Yor, oh iya siap.
Because it was always a risk that he didn't end up getting back up to the form, you know, when they were playing online together, because they'd had such a break playing with Cider instead when he was subbing for them. By the way, shout out to Cider as well, filling in the shoes of Sugetsu. Yeah, it's a hell of a thing to be doing as well. I saw him as well packing his bags. He was just leaving the hotel. It was like before
thumbnail mana
PARTY PRX. He had his bag up in the lobby, and I was like, that's a bit cruel, but
no,
yeah.
But he does
live here. Yeah, that's why. I should clarify. That is why he was leaving. He does live in Denmark. So
Chicken Mission, give 5 year membership. Oh, thank you Chicken Mission. Gokil. Thank you. Thank you Chicken Mission. Rambut lu Yor kayak landak emang. Thank you bro. Mamat Manja dapat gak anjing? Kita TO gak sih Mamat Manja? Anjing cheater cok.
Yeah, and then we moved on to the number
Manja
1
dapat dir, Mamat dapat dong. Iya hoki banget.
Leviathan versus the number 1 North American seed Exet. Now
itu Eva LV Yor. Apaan Eva LV? Anjir gue dapet cok. Thank you Chicken. GG Mamat cheater botak. Tadi tuh ngomongin apa ya? Tadi tuh ngomongin apa sih? Sampai bawah dulu nggak sih? Ayo guys kita yang udah dapat yang stiker yang namanya hijau, let's go nggak sih? Bayar oke. Roti sari roti. Sampai bawah. Sampai bawah. Sampai bawah. Sampai bawah. Roti sari roti. Welcome, welcome bro. Welcome, welcome. Roti sari roti. Kenapa Yor? Demam gua. Ini nggak tahu nih, anget banget badan gua. Besok gua nggak tahu nih guys, kalau misalkan masih sakit, gua kayak nggak stream. Capek aja, mau istirahat dulu. Kalau ini ya, kalau masih sakit ya. Punten Haja Yor, welcome. Thank you Haja Yor. Punten, thank you 40.000-nya. Ayo dong. Udah lama nih gak denger
bangers today on the schedule, because you can see right there PARTY PRX, Fnatic, then later on TRX Optic Gaming. TRX Optic Gaming, like if these are two games, Mimi, am I allowed to say?
Dari pagi kedinginan mulu kayak meriang. Yor, lagu WB lu judulnya apa sih Yor? WB. Sayur roti. Yor, boleh nitip ini ke Mamat gak? Nitip apa tuh? Nitip apa? Thank you sponsor. Nitip apa tuh? Memang boleh nggak suara Twitch-nya gedein dong? Ini udah gede. Haja Yor nggak tuh? Haja Yor kan bukan buat cewek ya, bangke. Lagi musyirnya yang kemarin. Nggak, gue ngerasa kayak gue capek sih, kecapean gitu. Nitip 50k mah oke. Ntar gua ini ke Mat Manja kalau dia lagi live. Mat Manja dia nggak live ya? Nggak live. Punten lagi. Aduh, please jangan muka gue dong, gue malu banget anjing. Sumpah dah. Ada niat banget sih bikin kayak gitu anjing. Please lah adik-adik. Tarik lah. Kentut dah. Jangan kayak gitu anjing. Muka gue. Aduh, gue lemes banget ya. Please lah. Anjing. Kenapa sih dikirimin? Anjing dah. Dikiriminnya. Jejak digital serem banget, iya. Itu kan gue jijik banget, gue juga jijik liat muka gue sendiri kentot anjing. Gambar di deep web bocor guys, taik lah. Aduh guys, gila, padahal ini AC gue matiin terus gue pakai ini ya, pakai jaket, gue berasa dingin banget. Sponsor mau mulu. Sekarang udah glow up ya bang? Enggak. Aduh guys, kalian pernah cobain nggak? Kalian suka ini nggak? Kue tiaw Kalimantan. Aduh, gue pengen kue tiaw mangga besar anjing. Kalau nggak kue tiaw mangga besar, kue tiaw acai. Aduh, kue tiaw sapi bun. Gue sukanya kue tiaw bun anjing, enak banget tuh kue tiaw bun. Suara lu udah berubah Yor, istirahat gak? Ntar ya abis PRX ya adik-adik ya. Ya menurut lu Derke bakal MVP 2 map gak berturut-turut? Nggak tahu, lihat nanti bu. Gue penasaran sih seberapa bisa Fnatic nahan PRX yang emang mainnya agresif banget. Swap pagi iya, besok gue coba deh kalau misalkan bangun ini. Gua ini deh. Gue ngerasa gue tuh capek sih, kecapean kayak. Jadi besok belum tentu live ya guys ya kalau misalkan sakit ya. Derke nggak MVP soalnya kebantai PRX. Yoi. Jual lagi bayar, thank you Raka. Bami ayam acang sama alok enak kemana? Mie Kalimantan enak banget Yor. Gue nggak pernah coba. Besok pagi nggak usah sering sumpah. Pas temen istirahat dulu ya Yor. Yoi. Yor cobain kue tiaw bagan seafood enak banget parah. Di mana itu? Yor coba minum holistic care ester C vitamin C tapi aku buat ngatasin sakit. Gue udah minum panadol sih. Kecapean habis teriak-teriak kemarin di nggak tahu sih. Nggak tahu bro. Entah karena mungkin cuacanya atau gimana gitu. Karena gue tuh badan gue tuh rada aneh guys. Kalau misalkan ada tempat yang kayak misalkan gue kesana tuh pulangnya tuh biasa langsung sakit, nggak tahu kenapa. Kayak misalkan gue waktu itu ke daerah mana ya? Gue pernah ke Jaktim 2 kali, dulunya sakit. Gue nggak tahu kenapa nih, nggak tahu. Tapi cuaca emang dah, soalnya kan cuaca kan ini kan dari kemarin kan hujan panas. So gue nggak enak sama lu, pada hati gue dukung fanatik, di mulut gue dukung PARTY. Nggak apa-apa bro, it's okay. Kita dukung PARTY ya guys ya. Ya maksudnya gue dukung PARTY sih. Demam jalan kali yor. Nih kita bikin PARTY fanatik. Semoga sehat selalu bang yor. Thank you. Bocah Sunmall tuh apa? Wah, ketempelan duit kayaknya bang. Thank you bro. Amin. Jasonnya COVID yor. Jason, Jing sama Davai COVID. Kalau lagi hangat jangan tambah panas lagi ya, ntar suhu badannya makin naik. Masalahnya ini badan gue panas tapi gue ngerasa dingin, gimana dong? Gue pakai jaket ini biar gue keringetan. Gue ngerasa kalau misalkan setiap kali gue keringetan badan gue sehat gitu. Badan gue kayak mengeluarkan aura-aura jahatnya tuh keluar gara-gara keringet. Kata Jason saat seratnya bersih nih depan fanatik yor. Iya, minum amer yor biar sembuh tai. Bang Kacau kagak live, harusnya live. Capek ntar lah. Sunmall itu obat demam, gue kemarin makan itu waktu ngerasa meriang sama puyeng. Sunmall tuh apa ya? Masuk angin mungkin, enggak masuk angin, ini demam. Covid gak tuh ya, nggak tahu, makanya pengen ngecek sih. Berarti nanti yang di stage cuma Benkai sama Aaron doang. Terus yang di panggung berdua doang gitu. Coba lu searchingnya, kalau demam gak boleh selimutan. Masa gak boleh semutan sih? Gue ngerasa kalau misalkan setiap kali gue demam, gue harus pakai selimut 3 biji atau 2 biji supaya gue keringetan. Kalau udah keringetan enak, besoknya sembuh. Minta krokin, kayaknya gue kan masuk angin deh. Terus banget, thank you. Kalau kata ortu gue, jangan pakai pakaian tutup biar suhunya keluar. Lebih gila lagi tuh, ntar gue bisa masuk angin bro. Karena lagi aktif gym gak sih? Karena menurut gue lagi capek sih, kecapean menurut gue ya. Karena pagi gue live, terus abis itu nge-gym, terus latihan, terus live lagi. Terus kemarin ke Cikarang, terus itu capek. Nah udah ngedrop kayaknya di situ sih ngedrop sih. Kok sih dia cuma 2 orang apanya? Keringetan itu lagi nyesuaiin suhu tubuh yor. Tapi gue suka kalau keringetan.
Forsaken plays is incredibly different. This duo of both him and Jing on the entries is incredible. They are always taking kind of duels that you would think are a lower percentage, but they're so well set up. The supportive line in Benkai and in Davai as well to allow these players to make these crazy plays is excellent. And that one you saw, there's a fatal.
Kata aku gara-gara main HP terus ya, aduh. Dari tadi. Benkai welcome 4 kali guys, kasihan anjir 2 orang doang di stage.
Sure you can prep against them, but they're gonna just do such crazy things that if you get fearful,
itu si Jason dapat dari mana sih? Malah nggak bisa kena mental nggak sih? Kan nggak bisa lihat usia. Kata aku kebanyakan di depan counter nggak berjemur. Gue berjemur kayaknya nggak tahu sih. Gue waktu nggak tahu. Nggak berasa vibe PRX-nya. Aduh. Mana pub keyboard baru ini guys? Anjing.
I never said grand final. What you said? I said one of the favorites.
I'm pretty sure you said one of the favorites.
I did say one of the favorites.
Menurut lu ngaruh ke performa nggak yor kalau main sendiri-sendiri gini? Nggak tahu bro. Di kita lihatnya nanti. Tenang aja guys. Ini udah pasti. Ya pokoknya tenang aja lah udah. Biar mereka yang gimana nanti. Oke. Menurut gue sih mau gimana pun kayak Jason aja, mau gimana pun sakit gitu tetap aja nge-kill juga.
aggression. Dirk in particular, he is not going to falter in the same way.
Nggak jadi beli tripod, pengen tapi gue nggak tahu beli tripod yang mana.
For PARTY to break through when they're playing Fnatic.
Keyboardnya LGBT muka lu, RGB bro.
A thing that we certainly need to be cautious of, right? Or at least PARTY is going to need to be cautious of, because Fnatic, they're not going to give them any opportunity to breathe and pull off some of these crazy plays. But real quick though, let's go ahead and send it over to Mitch Mann, who's actually going to be standing by at our telestrator wall for a closer look at PRX on Fracture.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. Yes, we heard from the desk there about how strong Forsaken can be as a player, and the clip I've pulled shows some of his individual strengths as well as some of the reactions from his team. And also, what happens when the A plan doesn't really work out and they've got to dig a little bit deeper.
In Aaron with Trust bisa lah ini. Gue yakin kok ini menang sih. Karena menurut gue Alphajar tuh biasa aja sih. Kayak terlalu overrated. Bang nggak custom keyboard aja enggak. Terlalu mahal bro. Gue nggak mau beli keyboard. Gue ada beberapa. Ngapain gue mesti beli lagi? Kalau mouse gue nggak masalah sih. Gigi positif ya iya. Kacau man. Aduh jantai gue guys. Gue nggak tahu. Gue bukan bapaknya bro. Please lah. Kenapa nggak lu tanya di DM? Bang Kacau kenapa nggak live gitu? Ya Musa lu pakai super yang glass fit nggak? Enggak. Ya lu sakit juga, jangan-jangan di stand in PRX. Oh ya Mat Panja tadi sponsor kasih gue 50.000, cuman ntar gue kasihnya pas lu live ya. Ingetin gue ya. Alphajar kayaknya masih demam panggung Yor. Gak tau terlalu overrated sih. Ini harusnya PRX turun tapi kita harus dukung mereka. Kacau kena macet guys. Tapi Fnatic kompaknya udah tier S plus Yor berat. Malam ya malam. Davai COVID kok tetap ke stage. Emang iya? Enggak anjir, tadi nggak ada kayaknya. Ya nomor sama Tarik. No, nggak kenal bro gue tuh hanyalah bayangin dia Fury 50.000, Fury gue nggak nyampe 500. Anjing, 100 kali lipatnya bro, 500, 105.000. Ya 100 kali lipatnya anjing, yang nonton dia 50.000, yang nonton gue 500, kurang dari itu. Kenalan lah. Ya kalau misalkan gue masuk master ya bisa kenalan kayak Jason pada. Ini saya gue siapa anjir. Bukannya katanya Jason udah negatif. I don't know man. Jangan lupa. Gak tau komik anjing gue bisa bangun apa enggak nih. Aduh. Gue punya badan gila banget nih. Nah kalau bisa bangun gue bangun dah. Ya udah masuk master lah. 270 orang enggak. 270 orang nggak dianggap. Ya maksud gue sama Tarik tuh anjing, gue tuh siapa guys? Gue tuh hanyalah debu. Lu sape mau ajak-ajak gue katanya. Lu sape so kenal so SKSD anjing. Kalau nggak lu doain aja kita dapat amin dah. Lu masuk klub bola Tarik kagak. Ya Tarik mau dia gue masuk klub bola atau enggak, duitnya dia lebih banyakan dia anjing. Dari stream aja gue yakin dia dapat ratusan juta. Optik nonton gak ya? Nggak tahu bro. Ini aja dia Tarik lu. Anjing lah. Ternyata lu bisa ngelawak juga ya Kaniki ya. Selain kerja di tokped ya, gokil juga lu ya. Yor mau film Korea sedih nggak? Enggak. Lu kenal Wakasi Tomat, Tarik kagak kenal. Beda bro. Wakasi Tomat itu kan teammate gue bro. Tarik itu kan mana ya ngomongnya ya? Gue tuh yang debu bro. 2037 katanya 2037 itu yang film yang di penjara-penjara cewek itu ya. Katanya tuh 10% ketawa, di 90% sedih. Gak expect loh Kaniki. Iya anjir. Sama Tarik Alkatiri aja Yor. Alkatiri tuh bukannya ini ya, stand up comedian ya? Mamat Alkatiri ya? Ratusan juta, ya pastilah. Itu udah pasti bro. Lu bayangin aja nih 50.000 yang misalkan dia nonton berapa, 20.000 ya. Ya subscribe dia nggak ada henti. Subscribe dia lu coba aja cek dia subscribe udah berapa, ya kan? Belum dapat gaji dari Twitch. Itu gila bro. udah no kecot. Lu fokus ngevlog bisa nyanyiin Atta Yor. Enggak. Atta beli Ricardinho bro. Gua beli apa bro? Beli bola futsal anjing. Itu wasit Jok ya, stand up comedian, dia tarik lu menarik Yor anjas bacot. Tarik tip $6 aja kagak dibaca anjay. Ya karena dia terlalu banyak, terlalu rame kayaknya. Makanya kalau tarik tuh udah pasti streamer yang apa ya, dia udah gimana ya. Gila seru banget sih ini. Lita, kamu mau apa? Spill gaji YouTube dong Yor. Kalau YouTube tuh kecil guys. Itu kecil. Kalau gua dapat gede tuh dapat dari kalian join member, terus super chat. Nah itu kalau misalkan apa dari kemarin kan dari media share kan. Nah gue matiin monetize-nya karena kalau misalkan gue nggak matiin jadi rip YouTube gue anjing. Sering miss moment si Tarik tuh mungkin karena dia banyak banget viewernya jadi bingung kali ya mau baca apa ya. Super chat apaan Yor? Ada super chat, cek aja. Mau nonton, ayo. Kalau mau nonton, ayo. Ntar kan ada libur nih, ya kan? Watch party mulai lagi tanggal 22. 20k sub kali $5 aja udah 100k Yor, ya kan? 20.000 orang sub kali sub $5, 100k, $100.000. Abis itu $100.000. Dia punya potongan tuh setahu gue 30% deh dari Twitch. Dia dapat 70%, sekitar $70k. $70k kan tuh 100 juta kan. Gue udah yakin dia tuh duitnya banyak guys. Makanya dia tuh nggak mau ke prosin. Kenapa? Gue yakin karena duitnya banyak. Kalau Shroud, menurut gue kenapa Shroud ini kayaknya feeling gue ya Sentinel mau ini sih. Mau biar masuk ini nggak sih guys? Sentinel biar franchise gak sih? Menurut kalian gimana? Kayaknya gara-gara franchise nih. Feeling ya. Pokoknya kalau AdSense itu potongan 30%. AdSense ya, semua yang masuk ke AdSense itu potongan 30%. 70k 1M. Oh iya 70k 1M ya. Ya udah 1M berarti. Kalau Tens sih gila, lebih gila lagi anjing. Lo kok kompornya sama Tens? What the fuck? Lah, kocak. Gue kira Tens ngomongin di Twitch. Lu kalau nonton streamnya Tens ya kan? Pasti tiap hari turut sub tergantung negara. Indo $2, mereka $7 sama pajak. Wah gila sih $7. Banyak yang sub ya. Iya anjing kalau Tens mah turut. Yang penting kita gini sih guys. Let's go. Yang warna hijau-hijau kita kasih emot hijau. Diskon gede ya. Sepuasnya. Bisa di Tokopedia. Waktu Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. Halo bang, halo. Nggak sih. Shroud menurut gue masuk Sentinel juga untung banget lah, gila. Lu masukin orang yang udah yang nggak orang yang benar-benar super terkenal ya di dunia FPS, mau gimana pun masukin dia itu udah yakin, gue yakin 1000% itu buat franchise sih. Nggak tahu. Antara masukin di franchise or si Shroud-nya juga pengen gatel kayaknya. Feeling gue Shroud kadang pasti gatel sih. Soalnya orang-orang kompetitif ya, yang jiwanya kompetitif tuh kalau misalkan lihat kayak misalkan lihat nonton aja tuh. Rasanya tuh pengen main anjing gue pengen main.
even with like easy wins or hard wins.
Kenapa lu JJ sama Jason Covid Yor? Nggak tahu.
It's really nice to see the support again, especially when I'm back online.
OTW jadi notif jengkling tuh kayak turut. Lu di endorse Tokopedia seumur hidup Yor. Gimana kan Niki?
All right, folks. Well, we're gonna take a quick break, and we have
Kalau
our
udah
poll results and all that stuff.
Yang menang antara kalau nggak ini ya Ayam Rocky ya, Ayam Rocky. Siapa yang suka Ayam Rocky adik-adik? Kalian suka Ayam Rocky atau Sabana? Rocky, Sabana, the besto. Tapi yang terkenal antara Rocky kalau nggak Sabana. Menurut kalian enakan mana guys? Jangan lupa di like adik-adik. Iya, Setil makin banyak bocilnya semenjak ada Shroud. Yoi. 2 orang doang di stage anjing. Iya, kasihan ya. Hisana ya. Enggak ah. Gua Rocky Gerung, Rocket Chicken, The Kriok, Sabana sih. Jonathan Lian, welcome bro. Thank you bro. Thank you so much sudah join bro. Sabana sama Chicken dapat perumahan GG. I'm geprek enjoyer. Malah ngomongin gudang kolesterol Yor. Emang gudang kolesterol sih kan gue cuman ini. Karena gue sumpah gue pengen udah lama banget gak makan ayam McD, ayam KFC, ayam anjing rasanya tuh lihat tuh pengen. Malah katanya KFC ada 2 ayam 1 nasi tambah es krim tuh cuma 20.000 deh KFC. All in kanan apa kiri Yor? Wah, Munciken anjing, Munciken gue sukanya Honey Galaxy, gokil. Siapa yang suka Munciken? Tapi Munciken rada mahal sih memang, cuman emang worth it sih. Dietnya udahan dulu Yor, jaga kesehatan. Iya, diet berapa lama? 4 bulan, 5 bulan, 6 bulan kali? Nggak tahu, gue mau incar 75, 80 sih, incarnya gue 80 dulu sekarang. Kalau udah 80 udah enak. Gue mau makan apa aja, situ gue nge-gym. Jadi kalau dulu gue salah guys, gue tuh dulu udah 80, udah 75 karena gue nggak nge-gym, gue makan terus karena covid juga sih. Karena makan terus nggak dibakar, jadinya ya numpuk gitu. Udah turun 20 kilo belum, baru 7 kilo. Emang sekarang berapa Yor kalau boleh tahu? BB-nya 93. Aku Sabana saus mentai. 20k apaan tai? Ada itu di KFC, nggak tahu gue liat TikTok. Chicken Master Blok M, chicken. Aduh, ini cepetan kayak PRX kayak. Sumpah, gue udah gak kuat nih. Fuck. Bentar lagi pesan GoFood bakal bisa di Tokopedia nih ya. Gue spill khusus di sini. Anjay, Rijal, welcome bro, thank you. Tuh guys, pesan GoFood bakal bisa di Tokopedia. Ingat, bayangin guys, ya di Tokopedia aja tuh gue liat Tokopedia nyam aja itu udah diskonan. Kalian di Gojek wah gokil sih. Bangnya itu notif Discord, iya ntar gue liat di HP.
Of course, you guys scanned the QR code that was on the screen earlier and you voted. So let's go ahead and see the results. Close, diabolical.
That is very close.
Neck and neck.
Dude, 47 people just want to throw people's games.
Well, no, I thought Constable Brand actually worked out.
Guys, jangan lupa di like guys, like-nya 500 lah paling nggak. Terima kasih. Terima kasih guys. Jangan lupa di like ya. Mantap banget skillnya Kaniki, yoi.
We never pitched an ability for me. What is my ability? I stand there and I stare.
It's a second Viper. People can now play a second Viper in a map.
Yeah, that's what everyone
wants. I want it. Can we fix the votes? Can we go back and unadd this character? I'd rather have.
Pasti itu mah wajib udah goto, masa nggak ada fitur itu? Yoin, makanya nanti. Gue penasaran sih.
I hope everyone's got their beverages ready.
Kemarin gue pengen makan egg-tart. Yok bisa PRX win Yor. Thank you Marcelino, bisa ini PRX easy buat PRX. 3 Covid ya. Kalau masalah saus dari AW nggak ada lawan sih. Menurut gua kalau KFC emang manis. Kalau enggak sih, kalau yang manis tuh McD ya. Kalau KFC rada pedas sedikit. Enggak, maksud gua rada spicy dikit. Walaupun emang sebenarnya nggak pedas. AW emang nggak ada obat sih. Sausnya.
Alright, Mimi. Oh, the
ada dong tetap. WB Stoyor. Kalau interview lu buat skripsi gue ngehubunginnya lewat mana Bang Yor? Gak bisa bro. Cuma di Tokopedia tiap tanggal 25 sampai akhir bulan diskon gede. Ntar gue dibantai sama Ntar gue dibantai sama dosen lu gimana, cuek? Bukan lu yang dibantai, malah gue yang dibantai, kocak. Ayam awe oke banget sih, tapi harganya nggak ada obat. Iya, awe tuh emang dia punya bumbu apa sih namanya tuh? Bumbu apa sih ngomongnya? Golden aroma tuh, spicy golden aroma ya. Gitu gila, dia punya rempahnya sih gokil sih. Oh, jadi sebatas fitur tambahan aja Kaniki. Sausnya enak, coba pesan. Kolanya kayak balsam awe tuh yang enak tuh ininya guys, minumannya asli. Apa sih namanya?
저는 옵틱을 다시 만나서 다시 겨뤄보고 싶고.
Root beer, gokil. Tapi ya kalau gue guys ya, gue lebih suka pertama KFC, kedua AW, ketiga McD untuk ayam ya. Tapi kalau misalkan burger, gue megang McD.
We did beat them in Reykjavik, so I'm sure they're coming in with a chip on their shoulder, ready for revenge.
Ayam KFC nomor 1. Yoi.
NA is definitely a harder region, but I don't think Stacks is like a bad initiator.
Wingstop gak pernah. Wingstop enak guys. Wingstop tuh yang enak tuh ada Kofelik. Halo. Oke, gue KFC atau McD sekarang, jangan Kofelik. Gue lagi sakit nih, sumpah. Gue demam loh. Nih.
Good luck TRX. It should be a great game.
I was super hungry to win, especially after missing Reykjavik. I just want to come here to lift the trophy with the crowd.
Anjing derke kayak Crims dah.
I think we are just getting our groove. We just learned as a team that if we play scared, we're not gonna win.
I don't think I'm worried at all. They like to play aggressive.
Sama kayak Mountain Boys kalau di Bandung. Apa itu? Oh itu ya, itu yang burger. Kalau burger lawless. Enggak, maksudnya kalau misalkan dibandingin McD KFC ya. Tapi kalau lawless sih imba sih. Memang gue paling suka sahabat.
So I want to see how we match up against them.
Sorry ya guys ya, kalau misalkan gue nggak baca banyak, sumpah gue lemes banget.
I'm just gonna focus on my game and just see how it goes.
Yor, lapar nih Yor, gara-gara lu tanggung jawab. Semangat bro. Maka pesen aja pesen burjo, bubur kacang hijau.
If you're not excited for these
lama nih anjing, udah jam 10 kocak. Kebanyakan ngomong, tai.
I am so freaking pumped for these
junk food section. Chicken nugget hawk band gak sih Yor? Oi, chicken nugget hawk band. Chicken nugget McD lah, gila itu paling the best jir. Malam Kokvein, malam Ivana. Five Monkey udah pernah belum? Swap besok pagi udah biar aman tanggal 24. Iya. Siap. Ya kalau Jim pasti ada sesi cheat day. Lu biasanya kalau cheat day makan apa? Belum ada sesi cheat day gue belum 1 bulan 2 bulan. Biasanya gue mikirnya gue press dulu, nanti pas taruh selesai 1 bulan baru gue cheat day hari Minggu atau hari Sabtu. Kalau gue jujur ya, kalau McD ya gue lebih suka es krim kon yang harganya 7.000 dibandingkan McFlurry-nya. Konnya yang vanilla doang, bener-bener vanilla pakai kon, gila.
Fnatic versus PARTY and the maps are coming through now, so let's see where we end up going. Mimi, first up we have Fnatic's ban.
I am looking more towards what
Hawkband mana ada nugget anjay, Hawkband. Yang setan Yor, thank you Lemon. Sundae coklat sih kalau McD, kalau enggak cokot top anjing, cokot top tuh imba cok. Sundae coklat sih kalau McD. Kalau Sundae sih menurut gue masih pegang AW sih. Entah kenapa.
That's really interesting. I mean, Fnatic in terms of the last time they played it, I believe it was against FPX with their Ascent gameplay. But PARTY looked phenomenal on Ascent as well. I think this is a map that would work out either way. And we get
gila ini Yoru kah?
different looks at this one, and PARTY PRX actually have 2 different looks that they bring out. They either bring out the Eurocomp or they bring out the more, I believe it's the Race Focus map.
Mind blowing. Yeah.
So you are looking at, honestly, the first 2 maps, I think are just going to be
Gasbine, Sabana.
I was about to say Gigabanger, but I think you've killed it. You've killed it.
Kalian pernah nggak sih dulu tuh zaman dulu tuh ada McD yang kayak cokotop tapi yang tapi warnanya biru guys, kayak bubblegum ya, apa sih rasanya, itu enak banget anjir, sumpah itu bener-bener enak, itu best sih. Kalau pilihan gue buat fast food, KFC, Burger King, kentang, dan es krim McD. Kayaknya for second chamber nih di bind. Iya nih, aduh gue pengennya dia Yoru sih. Sisat gak? Sisat ya? Atau itu enak banget bro. Kalau lu suruh pilih antara Yoshinoya apa Hokben, lu pilih apa? Yoshinoya sih. Gue suka daging beef yang manis anjing, enak banget. Ditambah chicken karage-nya. Taik, enak banget bro. Kalau Hokben gue cuma demen egg chicken roll. Mana gamenya nggak tahu nih, lama banget.
I'm just even more excited. So giddy. I'm so pumped. How much caffeine have you had?
Kalau kentang the best mana ya? Best banget bre. Astaga, babik.
And I swear that was not an ad. Anyway, guys, make sure you stick around. Hang
out with the, apa lama emnya nggak sih? Aku doyannya American Grill. American Grill masih ada ya? Taco Bell enak ya tapi mahal. Itu overrated gak sih Taco Bell? Kentang awe tuh menurut gua kentang McD sih. Tapi kalau awe enaknya yang curly fries. Kalau yang kentang biasa kayak B aja deh. Nggak cobain sambal bakar yang lagi viral. Aduh gila, gue lihat aja tuh mau ngantri. Gue ya ke Tangerang aja mager cok. Disuruh ngantri kayak gitu. Itu literally rame banget sih sambal bakarnya si Ben. Gokil. PSG kapan main kapan-kapan kalau sempat. Kentang BK dijamin ori. Kalau BK ori sih memang. Dia kerasa kentangnya parah banget, micinnya kurang. Tapi kalau misalkan McD micinnya gokil. Tambahin garam kan. Kentang minion udah coba belum? Katanya nggak enak kata Lita. Jadi gue nggak coba. Ngomongin makan jadi lapar lagi jir. Gue nggak lapar. Gue nggak bisa makan. Gue rasanya enek. Lama banget ya orang tahu nih. Orang nggak mikir ya. Gue tuh gak enak badan gitu. Ini nggak mikir loh Riot. Terus kata Riot, lu sape. Lu aja tahun lalu aja nggak ada lu nobar sama sekali. Lu sape anjing. Lu sape anjing. Lalu sokap. Ya sorry. Kalau misalkan Tarik yang ngomong gue masih oke, lu sokap anjing. Cabut aja lu. Oke, sorry. Pernah gak sih lior garam dikhususin telur tapi lu taburnya ke kentang? Enggak. Gak ada kepikiran jadi food vlogger. Kata kok Felix susah. Kapan main Among Us sama Devin bang? Aduh, gua penikmat aja lah. Lagi nyiapin kamar pasien buat Jing sama Jason Yor. Kenapa? PC dapat franchise nggak sih? Nggak tahu. Gue cuma mikir kalau misalkan tim yang nggak dapat franchise gimana ya? Apa kabar Yor, sehat? Lagi nggak sehat nih? Kalau tim yang nggak dapat franchise gimana ya? Bubar nggak sih? Bang, kok lu kayak ogo apaan? Kalau nggak bakar kalori nanti jadi Niko Kado. Pakai maskernya nonton dari adik di email COVID dulu dapat nyebar dari live chat. Perlu kita TO nggak sih nih manja? Lu doyan nggak kentang McD campur es krim? Doyan banget, enak banget bro. Ada yang pernah nggak cobain kentang McD campur es krim? Anjing enaknya minta ampun. Rasa dingin dan crispy-nya itu loh, taik.
And what is exciting is that I feel like even in Alfier's case, like we haven't really seen him, even though his
Wah, body shaming kalau kata anak Jaksel. Iya anjir.
And I think that there's even more to come. There's layers to this man.
Yeah, I just want to put the asterisk. Both these teams were qualifying through straight in towards that player's bracket, so we don't have a ton of
Asli
stats on
enak,
this
iya.
what we've seen and what we've seen regionally.
Gak enak
They
su kentang
both
es
been
krimnya.
fantastic.
Lu
I think
sekte
this
lu,
map
sekte
is very
sesat
heavy on
berarti
the
bro.
race. I would
Sekte
expect
kita tuh
all three
sekte
of these teams to play it all
real.
three maps. I mean, maybe PARTY PRX does
Random banget
something
sprintnya.
crazy, but all that
Cobain dulu
aside,
anjing,
these two
cobain.
players are
Kalau misalkan lu ngerasa enak, baru dah bilang, Yor, ternyata McD sama kentang enak ya. Aduh lama banget back bacit nih, back bicit, BIB, BIB, CIT, cheat bicit. Coklat pakai nasi Yor, aduh itu gila. Tapi kalau McD sukanya dadakannya apa kiri Yor?
I mean, it's so easy to talk about. I mean, it is the major keys and takeaways, I think, for this match in particular. Looking at that, and it's the most one-dimensional one as well. Listen, some people, they like real thinking man's analysis.
Ya lu makan nugget pakai kecap, aduh. Masa makan, ada yang makan nugget pakai kecap?
Now I can't use the term, unfortunately, because it feels like I'm like picking on.
Ada yang makan nugget pakai kecap? What the fuck, man?
More in-depth analysis. Me, I am stupid, simple-minded. I have one singular brain cell.
Right.
When it vibrates really fast, sometimes I can put a coherent thought together. But in this case, sometimes the duel is
ya katanya di McD Malaysia ada paket corn plus nasi lemak ya, disebutnya konak guys. Ternyata nih Kaniki nih diam-diam guys. Gue lihat ya, gue lihat nih Kaniki nih diam-diam. Wah guys, sas gak sih? Suspek gak sih? Sas gak sih? Kaniki nih sas anjay. Sas cuek.
I'm feeling really excited, and I'm pretty sure my team also feels really excited. We didn't really
es krim pakai kecap, aduh ini lebih gila lagi.
We just wanted to play our own game. I think
cobain nugget rebus Yor, kata doi gue enak.
If we play scared and play like tense, we're not gonna win because we are following the enemy's pace. So I think we just want to play our own game, follow our own pace, and make the pace. And I think this win will give us confidence to play the next few games, so hopefully we carry on the momentum. I think we are just getting our groove.
We push right into arcade. No! The knife is out!
You gotta be kidding me! Jing and Russ both run out of bullets.
Nugget beku asli Yor, cobain.
Now we are taking it one map at a time.
Lama Yor, suruh cepet Yor, aduh pengennya gitu.
High expectations on ourselves.
Muka Jing kayak muka-muka ini ya.
One game at a time. We definitely feel very
lama banget ya ampun, aduh banyak bacot anjing, aduh.
Like go to the office at, I think it's like 12 midnight or like after midnight, and they're watching and cheering us on. That definitely boosts our morale.
Great to hear from Jing there, Mimi, and yeah, I mean it's very clear, like you know this team, like they
lama
want
banget di anjir, bilang setengah jam 10 sekarang udah hampir setengah 12 anjing.
If you know they can also play
against. Nggak kebayang Jing main tank senjata waktu ngambil. Emang Jing tahun depan mau ngambil ya?
Yeah, absolutely. And on top of that, I think the mentality that
woi faster anjay.
They just set expectations of them as a team, as players, as friends, doing well.
Ini gue yakin nih pasti ada something, makanya mereka memperlama ini. Ini pasti ada something di belakang.
Every time they get up on that stage, they are playing well. They are playing to their strengths, and it's really commendable.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see how all this is kind of played out.
Lu bacot ya, lu yang bacot anjing. Nama lagi si caster cewek apa ya nggak tahu. Paling lagi gara-gara ngurusin COVID mungkin ya.
In game, especially against an opponent like Fnatic that will try and take advantage of it. But it's good to see that their mental straight.
I mean, they did show that a couple of times. You know, they maybe overextended here and there. Forsaken with his very lurky playstyle, he will try and take advantage of the fact that you know people aren't watching extremities and flanks and things.
Setup yang lagi COVID-nya belum kelar kali ya. Iya lama banget.
Head screwed on properly in terms of their understanding of taking it one map at a time, one series at a time.
Yor gimana rasanya tadian gokil nih, gokil. Yor, oi kenapa kau main?
That is competing for that number 1 spot in Copenhagen. That is all of them will say.
Lu mau juga kan gas?
Yeah, the mentality is everything, and I
think
it's especially important considering Alpha's going to be on that stage again. He's a young guy. The pressure maybe got to him a little bit in that previous series in map number 1, but he's had some time to warm up. He has some great supportive teammates around him, so I have high hopes that
kalau enak, gue gas. Mau Ferry nggak akan biarkan Jing wamil.
Alright, now I do want to let everyone know I know.
Rosya main lo ya babak 2.
Trust me. I do too. Okay, I'm jonesing for it. I'm ready to
Bentar
go.
lagi gue bobo deh. Oke, Komik siap. Lama banget ini anjing.
It's my first
But there's only
international
pauses when you're here.
Yeah, that really is.
Kalau nonton Persib Bandung mau nggak?
Maybe it's just because I
Maksudnya
want the
gimana?
Bandung community to love me.
Persijalan
It's just
Persib.
you love the sound of your own voice.
Atau apa?
That too. But we are going to take a quick commercial break. I'm so sorry about that. We're getting something sorted out over at the stage. It is going to be resolved, and then when we return, we're going to bring the players out. We're going to get into the matchup. So sorry once again. Don't worry, baby. We got you covered. We'll see you right on the other side of this commercial break.
Mana kesayangan masa ikut siwik ikut wamin? Ya nggak tahu bro. I don't know man. Break lagi iya. Dari tadi masih belum entrance kayak playernya udah kan. Aduh. Diulang-ulang udah kayak media share. Iya anjir. Semangat menunggu ya adik-adik pemuda PARTY PRX. Muhammad Raihan. Thank you bro. Ya kok tiba-tiba gue jadi member si mungkin bang sponsor atau tadi itu nge-gift. Mungkin lo dapat. Keburu ngantuk besok kerja. Jaden masih misah. Kayaknya misah sih. Kayaknya 3 orang misah. Lama banget, mana besok sekolah pagi. Lama juga dah. Kapan gue dapat Yor? Nggak tahu. Champion di Insabul. Yor, turun dulu ya besok sekolah. Oke, siap. Ya cepetin apa? Aduh, kalau bisa gue kali 5 juga mau nih gue nih. Gue nggak bisa caranya. Report apa guys? Kita report apa guys ya? Ini apa nih pop-up player? Oh, goblok. Kita report gimana guys? Lama banget nih. Scam gitu. Pasti ini, pasti nge-lag ya? Nge-lag ya? Biar dulu ya, biar semangat. Oke. Nah udah mulai nih harusnya. Baru udah enakan ya? Belum. Kabar sedang tidak baik. Pengangguran jadi nonton terus tokped lah jelas. Udah minum obat Panadol. Lama lu ini masuk nih. Gue pikir tadi udah masuk anjir. Dengar lu muka lu. Terus yang namanya gimana ya? Kagak. Davai anjay. Itu mereka nggak ada gejala ya? Yang kena COVID di sana tuh nggak ada gejala ya? Atau gimana sih? Fanatik gak asik, jadi nggak bisa dia bercanda ya. Mungkin dia mikir kayak gimana nih, cuman 2 orang.
The full protective gear.
I want him to play with that the whole series. Spray it down.
Killed me. That's absolutely killed me.
He's behind him, just getting the stuff up.
Trying to get him out.
Oh my god, this is hilarious. I love PARTY PRX.
Benka itu selalu effort. Iya, dia beli di sana guys, gokil sih. Dia tuh yang di Iceland aja dia beli di sana karena dia tahu.
But also, I stand by the fact I think these are 2 of our most favorite teams that we've got coming into this event.
They finally got it off. Mission accomplished. They're ready to play. They're ready to go in this. You love to see the players staying safe.
Yeah, of course, and of course, for those of you guys who may not be aware,
kasihan anjir sepi. Iya. Orang bingung ngapain. Wih, Boster yang ngomong nih.
But this has been something that has kind of followed PARTY throughout this tournament, Mimi, right? It happened before. Forsaken is yet to be able to play on the stage, but it hasn't really affected his gameplay.
Benkai seumuran lu, nggak tahu. Coba cek aja dia total kelahiran berapa? 96 kayaknya dia. Beli doang terus ditinggal katanya buang-buang duit sekali main. Ya dia dapat duit di sana juga gede kali. Menang berapa PRX senior? 21 ya. Gue cuman berharap PRX menang udah. Aron bakal sih berapa full match nggak tahu bro. PRX kena COVID juga, iya.
These two teams would absolutely be up there. Oh, for sure. I mean, those guys were cool, calm, and collected before their game. They were just hanging around at the hotel lobby.
I know. They were great. I mean, they were.
Semoga Jig perform, semoga dua-duanya semuanya perform lah.
Celebrate and just be excited about what they accomplished. And now I mean, this is a different dynamic though, Brand, right? Because and now we're going into Prime Gaming Ages.
Lama nih.
But it is just going to be weird, like two players.
Ya turnamen gini ongkosnya patungan nggak sih? Enggak lah, di ini sama Riotnya lah, gila. Ya kali patungan mendingan nggak usah. Kecuali lu punya ini kaya banget, lu punya organisasi.
But let's take a look at the Asian slate because this is what I'm interested in. PARTY are going to be playing similar comp to what they did before, but there is a switch up. Alfie is going to be playing the Sage, and I think this makes a ton of sense with the way the PARTY love to play Ascent.
Gila, mas Petaron apa tuh faksi?
The Sage wall, if it doesn't get broken in time, it impedes that. It stops.
Salek juga COVID ya. Jangan lupa di like guys. Lu mau waktu dia selain gimana ya? Kedinginan. PRX legalnya BNK ya? Iya. Tapi gue nggak tahu sih. Dia tuh kayaknya si Forsaken juga ini juga nge-call juga kali. Dia kan yang maju. Partinya tetap sama gue kemarin. BNK kapan pakai server ya? Nggak tahu. Gear gamingnya bos sendiri ya? Iyalah pasti. Nggak mungkin nggak.
So much, Golden Boy. No British? No. The half British duo, of course. Why didn't he say British? Golden Boy's learned.
Kenapa nggak semua di hotel ya biar bareng itu? Ya terus gunanya stage apa anjir? Kasihan mereka.
On this roster, but of course, other than that, we're going pretty much to the regular system. I'm really excited to see what's going on.
That's the thing. Fnatic always lose to FPX on this map. It's happened a couple of times. So what they've done is they've looked at FPX's comp and they've gone, that comp looks pretty cool.
It does.
I'm going to take that and I'm going to have Althea play that agent instead. And you know what?
Should work.
I don't mind.
Okay,
it's a nice switch. I think it's one that you can still pop off on, and wow, we are right into the pistol, bitch.
You were saying earlier, we've already seen him play this agent in the past, right? Just not on this roster, so certainly no questions of comfort ground on the agent itself. Starting out, this is a risk to knife that wall. Of course, you can dive right from the top of on top of the wall and cause
ada kok duelis. Oh, cuman si Fnatic nggak ada duelis. Dia pakai set sama chamber. Oke. Menarik nih.
But he has suffered quite a bit of damage on that initial fight.
That's the thing, though. You delay that explosive nature of PARTY, and then you have to see what the call's going to be. Now, I will say last time they played,
dingin nggak Yor mainnya? Nggak tahu bro. Kan pasti kan di ruangan.
But they've got the information that there are still players deep within B, and you can see.
Ini Jason dapat 1 menang ini. Sumpah. Dia harus dapat.
Yeah, they might have heard 3 players shoot at that. They're certainly about to face the contact with 4 about to burst out of the smoke. Alpha closes out that door, but he's being revealed. He's being blasted.
Oh, nice. Weh.
Tries to follow up and actually gets out for free. 2 kills.
Jason low lagi. Oh, ini udah dapat mid. Bisa nih BNK easy. Nahan dia. CT-nya nahan bagus anjing. BNK nahan cok. Itu juga KO-nya musuh juga nahan. Wah, ini tinggal main timing-timingan sih.
Early engagement already the rotation has come through though. And this might be an expectation of a much cleaner site. Even still though, the initial awareness dissipates. Benkai runs out of bullets.
Aduh, udah kedapet coek.
Still here all along, leaving Forsaken to try and clutch this one. Oh, he's right in front of him. But even that has bought enough time. Fnatic will take the pistol and well, a little bit wild at the end, but I don't think they'll mind too much.
Yeah, I do
Emang
like
waktu
the
lu
idea.
ngurus visa
Obviously,
pasti
the
ketemu
initial
si Aaron.
fights went
Kagak.
massively in favor
Gua
of
nggak
Fnatic,
waktu
and that
ngurus
double
visa
kill
nggak
just
ketemu
stalls them out so
siapa-siapa.
much on the PARTY
Kita
side,
telat
but I
ngurusnya.
do like the Bankai tucked in and waited
Ke
for
Berlin ya
contact
kalau nggak salah ya,
on
bukan
short.
Reykjavik.
It's when those players are running up and making
Susah
all
ya,
that
pertama
noise
santai.
that
Ini
Bankai slips his
mapnya
way to
ini kok.
spawn, and that was the
Mapnya
exact
Fnatic.
second that Mystic had come back, because Fnatic did a really good job of establishing new front lines. They had a player
Biasanya
on
langsung
B,
sakit aku
one at
tempelin Bang
spawn,
Pangus.
and then
Bang
obviously
Pamungkas
the
saya nggak
two
tahu
players
datang
towards
yang
the A side
atau
that were
enggak.
resetting to
Gak ada
control the
duelis,
map.
iya.
Once short
Harusnya
was under
defense-nya
threat,
kuat ya.
they had to leave that
Fnatic.
spawn open. That little gap exploded, and we're already seeing that level of play in the pistols, which should be fun as we go on through. But this one here, Tom, you know, not too much to
Jason
write
dapat
home
nih.
about in the PARTY side. Maybe this Headhunter can get something.
Yeah, something to mention as well is they're already going for the same aggressive utility usage that we've seen from them. So a lot of the time
Jason
you're going to have
mati.
this Seize combo alongside a Gravity Well and then the Paint Shell thrown in as well. This tries to deny that early aggression, which we just saw from Durka. It didn't, because he managed to run past it before it actually got used, but I guess they killed him off anyway.
It's interesting to see that used up in this round as well, where you don't really have that much to work with, but I suppose just lighten up that player if they do get caught.
Aduh, nggak dicek.
Could be worthwhile.
Nggak diliatin. Waduh, ini berat nih guys, berat nih.
So all things considered, a decent round. Alpha unfortunately not going to be able
Apa
to
cara majornya dia Eropa mulu ya? Ya pastilah kan di daerah-daerah sana pasti.
We've seen many teams suffer at the hands of those weaker weapons. Can do a hell of a lot of damage. And coming into this third, they have got some decent abilities to fight. The Headhunter on Durka, the obviously Vandal on Alpha.
Yeah, Alpha bought that just now. He had a frenzy in the last round, so basically just saved some of that extra cash ready for this round. But this is where things get a lot tougher for Fnatic. You've got PARTY investing in with the rifles. We see them quite regularly get quite aggressive over onto this A-long spot. It's somewhere I think Jing might be one of the best entries in the world at just getting into that A side.
Jing.
How did I not see Durka?
Nice run.
They've taken him down anyways. That Prowler went straight.
Belum ada pesimis Bang Yor.
Angle must have been just right, but
Belum.
he's surprised to still be caught off on that fight on short.
Nice one.
Good connection.
Nice one, satu lagi son.
That's the Vandal gone, and now Enzo, who was supposed to be the bait for the player up close, is having to retreat to the side.
Nice on, easy man, easy nih.
He's 5 HP now.
Nice.
Oh, that's the B side completely fallen. You've got a lurk in mid as well if there's any rotation through there.
Flawless. Harus percaya biasanya oke siap.
To what seems like his demise, a free
Belum
kill.
tentu di Eropa terus di internasional Dota aja besok di SGP kok. Iya benar.
Try and clear this last man out, and there you go. It's at least one kill. Some cost.
Ini booster dari kemarin lagi bagus banget ya guys ya. Gue ngerasa kayak booster nih yang dapat kill terus nih. Udah 5 loh killnya. Dia mother ke Alfajar, aduh.
Boaster might almost just want to issue some more damage to these players. Oh, that nade close. Jing clearing every angle on the way through, but he'll still lose his life. Fantastic connection. And they probably do want to stop him from saving this weapon, but at this point, you've already lost 2. They cannot afford
they know where he is.
to lose another weapon. Yeah, but see, like, there's so many angles because of this smoke.
That's the thing. They have short. They already cleared the window, and when he threw the smoke down, they'd already heard him close the door. So it's like he's in the smoke.
Kalau misalnya ini PARTY PRX kalah, lower kah? Yes.
One more there though. It could have been a big blow to the PARTY
Nice
PRX
banget.
economy.
Nice banget.
It's still not bad. Ultimately, a couple of kills when you're in a 1 versus 5. It's more than you expect to get from that sort of position. And now there's going to be a purchase coming up for Fnatic anyway. So this is where the game really gets going. Doesn't seem like there's going to be an operator just yet for Durka though, and that's probably the main danger on this defensive side, is once he gets that op in play, he's a true menace. For now, much more of a standard buy.
Yeah, light shields to work with, 2 away from getting the Tour de Force online, and immediately we're going to have the challenge. Durka, safe down below. Has the TP out if he needs it.
Jelek ya berarti ya consign ya. Enggak.
I feel like PARTY that reveal might have sold them some fake information, Tom. They might think at this point that they're actually pretty clear around mid, that Fnatic don't have that
sama ya gagal perlu tarik kebanyakan ketawa. Enggak. Ini gara-gara sakit. Demam. Lemes amatnya.
I think this is going to have to be a reset out of PARTY with that early round. A lot of this comes down to if Durka is going to be caught in mid or not. It's just so much info for Fnatic to hold for free.
Oh, mereka mau tumben ya kayak PARTY tuh mainnya slow. Apa karena udah ketahuan ya atau gimana ya?
Kind of expect it to be a little bit deeper. Instead though, you're going to have the showstopper from Jing. It does a lot of damage, but actually Enzo lands the shot. Taking one at least.
Kok bisa?
Still a couple of players are around this angle. The wall's been used to almost give them an avenue back in on the retake, but with the lurk finding Mystic, they might just rotate here.
Yeah, that got Durka pulling back out of
nice
mid as well.
banget,
Forsaken
Aron,
fills
anjing.
in that information, fills in the gap. And on short, that battle going down. And
Nice banget Aron. Nice banget Jason.
And so Forsaken strikes. Beautiful execution by PARTY. This early round really didn't go their way, but they have recovered so nicely on that, and it's Mind Freak to close
Udah
the
Rip, guys,
round.
thank you.
Yeah, he's been so impressive already so far.
Minum
This
teh jahe
tournament.
yang besok
The
pasti
thing that
mendingan.
has been wonderful from PARTY,
Nice.
especially in this sort of round, is there's always a lurk, even when you think the lurk has faded. So Mind Freak, the initial lurk, catches players as they rotate. Then when he's the
Enak
aggressor,
banget ya.
he's the front man, Forsaken becomes the lurk. And that's what makes this team
Tumben
so
banget.
devastating is
Gue
you're like, oh,
mikirnya
everyone
Alfajar
else
kenapa dia
rotates,
pick
Mind Freak's
Sage
now
karena
leading
dia
control.
tahu si
Still holding
PARTY mainnya terlalu agresif kan. Dia mau nge-slowin atau segala macam di ininya pakai Sage tapi PARTY udah baca kayaknya.
Telly that we had, yep, that's some early aggression out of him there. A little bit more as he takes down Enzo. Of course, only pistols that he's up against, and well, PARTY not having too much trouble.
Orang posisinya cepet banget, coy.
Aggression basically caught off almost instantly by a flash. Durka has to just almost betray his teammates, like, sorry, Alpha, this one's on you. And yeah, again, just flawless out of PARTY. Leaving just Boaster, last man.
Saya mati langsung digas, mulai panas nih, yoi. Lupa di like guys. Apakah ini good duel? Nggak tahu bro. Lu lihat Durka mana? Alfajar mana? Kocak.
It seems Dirk is bought in the background. I'm very confused as to what's going down economically here, Tom.
Yeah, I guess maybe he expected to get a kill in that round and use it as an economy boost, but I don't know why
Ngap dua Jason Yoru nih, iya nih.
Now. I guess they're just saving it because they go, well, why waste it in a round where the rest of us have weapons when he can win us a round where we don't?
I suppose so. I heard the tour de force popped. I'm led to believe that's Forsaken.
Gas sih, KO-nya kena ini sih, gas sih. Gas gak sih? Aduh.
A null command. And it's just like, does he want to go into a position with no weaponry?
Absolutely nothing.
Gafai ada ulti.
So it's like you're looking at the ultimates on the other side and you're going, okay, I'll play my operator so I definitely have a gun. And you know what? I like Dirk having a gun as well.
Yeah, they might expect it in this round. It could be a next level play out of Durka, but he's not in the right position to find them. They've gone in towards the A side and, well, Dirk is now left in mid, op in hand, no shields, and an Odin for Enzo spraying away, finding nothing. Durka won't even get a chance to fire a bullet. This is a depressing round for Fnatic, Tom. They had their ideas with their op and their Odin, but that A side hold just did not match up.
No, and normally someone who is incredibly good on this map in particular is Mystic, but thus far kind of getting shut down, like either caught on rotations or even just in this round, just straight up entry. And a lot of the fights that Fnatic were taking there, they're risky. You're basically facing off against the full force of PARTY, and well, I think one thing that PARTY does is secondly just that raw trading off the fact that their synergy is so on point. So
TO nih bentar lagi nih, harusnya TO sih. TO nggak sih? Temot gak sih?
Works against lesser opposition or the opposition you know, but versus PARTY, it was never really going to happen.
Jing obviously feeling pretty good today.
Gila Jing.
Swinging out for a couple of those early duels. Blast packing his way through the air. It was a drop shot, so to speak. Fnatic have called a timeout now. That's what the extended replays are about. These guys having a little bit of a chat on how they can remedy this. I mean, as I said, that A hold just didn't.
Aron lagi butuh duit, guys. Bisa PRX juara nih, bisa nih. Makanya nanti semoga PRX nggak ini ya, PRX nggak menang ya, Noptik ya. Ya pengen main sama Jing nggak sih? Nggak, terlalu jago dia. Bodoh banget.
Picking into Ascent and getting slammed. Like they played up against
Selebrasi berdua doang nggak asik nih. Iya nih.
You know what? We're gonna pick Ascent. We're gonna try and get this to go. 13-4.
That's exactly it. I was actually going through to just double check that. It was 13-4 against Guild. That was absolutely insane.
Lu juga jago ya kagak bro.
Right where PARTY found the majority of the rounds in that matchup, if my brain serves me correctly. And with taking that into consideration, sure, maybe we can imagine.
Thank you, Yor. Oi,
this is their map
api untuk Aron.
This is somewhere that they want to be coming
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Thank you banget. Competitive to start with, but bar the pistol, they've had very little to show for their efforts.
Kayaknya dari dulu PPX kalah lawan tim Korea Jepang Latam. Emang iya? Lawan kru ya? Gue rasa nih PPX nih EMEA Slayer ini. Ya nggak sih guys?
Won the round in a matter of seconds. This one's going to be much slower. Maybe giving the opportunity for Durka to find one a little later.
Yeah, in a very
Latam nggak sih? Kemarin nyet stadion cuma bertiga ya, karena yang lain kan satu luar kota, satu di Batam. Fikri kan di Bandung.
I don't know if they'll expect him to be this close. Peek around the corner though, he's straight into a judge. And of course it's the classic that gets the kill from Enzo. Now trying to retrieve that extra weaponry, and Enzo has done just that, so maybe something a little extra. Devi is playing, again, this is the second time now we're seeing him play the Odin on the attack.
Oh, you can't judge him when he just blasts right past you, Jing. Huge space taking, huge damage. Enzo down low. The shield stripped from him. You can see Alpha 60.
Gila, orang A-nya masih stay guys. Orang A-nya masih stay coek.
Fnatic, they didn't rotate. That's the thing, they didn't rotate. After the last round where they got baited in by the switchback, they've actually left players behind. Mystic has slowed them right down. The only player still here is Devi.
30 seconds, 25. They've got to get a move on, and that slow is still there.
Aduh, udah susah nih 20 detik nih. Wah, thrifty kah? Ayo, Davai, bunuh Davai. Ini pasti Fnatic main slow nih. Sumpah, lu lihat booster udah keluar tuh. Udah pasti ini, udah pasti main lama. Kanan lu. Wah.
This was a perfect adaptation from Fnatic. They have been pushed and pulled with these rotations throughout, with lurks being left behind, and this time they
ini yang sudah masuk 3 besar ya.
We're in a round where we have some weaker weaponry. We've still got 3 players within the site. You can have mid. You can have it.
Gampang banget di bait. Iya, cuman
for you to rotate back into us. Mystic's timing on that nade was perfect, and then you just have the setup of, do you want to run into Durka with a tour de force with 25
stupid
seconds
fucking.
The answer,
Apa dia bilang itu? Stupid fucking.
No. That was not optimal.
Galak juga Alex anjing dulu kayak Alex. Gak galak kan? Gak mau rotate Fnatic. Ngomong apa itu Alex?
Oh, hey bud.
Stupid fucking.
How you doing?
How did you get there? Just jumped right over his head.
I'm gonna have to stop you doing that.
I can't let you do that, sir. Dirk has been spotted. And he doesn't know. It's his shoulder as he went back into the corner. He's going to try to make a move sometime soon.
Oh, how Forsaken is! He's just gone walking into the site alone. The danger of this man! And they've even spotted Boaster. This leaves just Alfia at the back of the site.
Ini apaan
He
wall?
pulled himself in.
What?
Like, you know what? If you want to push me, you have to try and get through the tiniest corner in existence. This is such a ridiculous way to try to sit. And of course Forsaken just walks in!
Wallnya bagus sih.
The wall broke. Forsaken went around the other side. I don't know if there was a gap that wasn't checked or the wall breaking drew the attention.
Wall biar nggak mati kak. Iya dia nge-delay terus wall.
27 for Mystic. It's fair to say Dirk is going to have to do the heavy lifting on this one.
Waduh, Jason.
That's Forsaken down. Suppression. Not going to have any post-plant stars or anything like that to worry about. Fnatic getting their way into the site. Benkai around the nade, but he's only able for the one, and a quick follow-up by Dirk.
Jangan orang Mystic nggak dari dulu selalu pakai apa Blast X cok. Buset, Fnatic main apa nggak tahu bro.
I don't know if I've ever seen anyone do that with a Sage Wall, mainly because it is slightly ridiculous. Just go, this is my boat house.
Katanya just
got my boats.
itu gila diteknya.
It did buy them an extra little bit of time. The worry for me is that Forsaken
dia ngebait Jason buat keluar. Jason tuh demen banget overpick sih. Jason Jing tuh tim EMEA lagi lain nggak ada gameplay gini baru lihat. Ini menurut gue EMEA yang Fnatic ini banyak banget hal yang wah gila dia ngepick sendirian lagi dah. Banyak banget hal yang bisa dilakuin anjir. Alpha aja dari tadi nge-wall tangganya, nge-wall backside. Gue juga baru pertama kali lihat anjing bisa wall kayak gitu cok. Ini literally sets nih dia pakai karena dia tahu PRX tuh selalu main cepet.
And I mean, you still have that op of Boaster to worry about. Didn't think I'd be saying that.
You know, we'll see. He's basically just holding the most passive angle ever.
Khusus kontrol PRX iya.
Hopping in our spawn.
Yeah, he's just
camping.
holding the cross.
He's actually camping.
He is.
It's one of the only
Ini
times
udah siap sama.
you'll actually see that. But yeah, right in their spawn. The pressure is on B though. At least that's what it seems like, Mind Freak. He might
Ketahuan.
choose to thread the needle, I think he did! But Durka saves the day anyways, catching that frag, spike down on B. And Benkai, not that
Oh, nice
pressure
Benkai,
all
bisa,
time,
bisa,
with
bisa.
Enzo gone, he might even get a plant out of this! The Boaster's up in the spawn the whole round.
Kalau nggak ada yang bisa delay, aimnya pedes PRX iya. Masalahnya emang dia udah siap sih buat lawan PRX, buat delaynya gila sih. Ini bener-bener ke delay banget sih, sumpah.
Alpha is using his walls in the most passive ways.
Kayak nih, contohnya kayak tadi ya guys ya. Si Derka beranian buat pick A main, ya kan. Dia tahu nih, dia tahu banget nih si Jing pasti ngepick A main. Abis itu dia TP terus pick berdua, udah. Udah kemakan si Jing. Udah masuk ke perangkap beruang anjing. Menucut Aaron lagi kayak kemarin. Kenapa nggak langsung push B-nya aja ya? Padahal udah bergol 2 kali push. Kurang susah bro. Di B juga susah. Mereka tuh ada sets yang nge-wall tangga. Tapi Fnatic susah nggak sih buat nyerang nanti? Iya. Ya kayak paling mereka main trade, lihatnya nanti dapat ilmu lagi main ses di Ascent kayak gimana. Iya, gue juga kaget gila wallnya backside loh guys, anjing. Lu pertama kali lihat gak sih? Hah? Backside anjir, gue pertama kali lihat sih.
Lost a couple of rounds now in a row, Tom, so resetting before things go a little bit too far. And this is a good round for it. They'll still come in with quite a lot of prospects, really. I think they can easily drop Benkai if they want to and land themselves a nice comfy buy.
Well, that's the thing, right? You've got yourself the Nightfall as well, which will be able to give you the information, and you've got a showstopper on Jing, which, if you've ever seen Jing play, is always going to be a terrifying prospect. Fnatic have been very aggressive just to almost try and deny this, but early in the round, again, mid control going to be battled for, and Jing slowly making his way through B main.
Yeah, this round Forsaken's a little bit more of a duelist. He doesn't have a trap to play with, so it also means you got to up the pace from PARTY a little bit. They could be pushing A right now. There'd be no information there. 2 players already going to be stunned up on site. Unable to hear a damn thing. Deafened as the showstopper comes in. It's not finding the kill. It's not finding anything, but Jing made online for the back. That should be a nice, easy kill. And so the plant comes through. PARTY 4v2. Operator on Turk for the retake. Certainly not ideal, but he's moving it towards middle. And Tom, I see Devi sitting around there.
It seems like they do expect the lurk in every spot, but Devi...
Kok enak ya mereka tuh Jason terus Dava itu depan banget klik kanan dah. Gua klik kanan miss mulu.
Flash is good and he's managed to steal the operator. Devi's blinded himself. I don't think he expected that to be the way the duel went, but Jing with a triple kill. A quiet game for him so far, but 3 kills in this round. Almost just raw entering on his own. I think he'll take it.
Just a good teammate there, Devi. You know, ult online, so he dies, so Jing can trade him, grab an ult orb.
Yeah, that's what
big brain Devi, we respect it, that's for sure. 5-5, PARTY call a timeout, win a round. They've maybe got the winning formula pin, but as I said, that had to be a much quicker round from them. They didn't have their trap to cover off any control. This time around, they will have that available, although not placed in the pre-round, as you can see. They're going for a default again. Little bit of mid-skirmish coming out of Mind Freak. Presumably using some of his util.
Where is he going?
Late peeking.
Aduh.
That's a strategy, all right.
Yeah. Fair enough, okay. He's tried to be a little bit cheeky and he's been shut down by Durka, who I guess for the majority of the map has been on the other side. He's been fighting in towards A.
He didn't even have an anchor, right? Like, that he was way past where his anchor reaches to inside that slow.
Maybe he was on the edge. I don't think he cared.
I don't think he gave a damn.
I don't think that was even a thought. He was like, hey,
boleh disimpan anjing, guys. Lihat dah.
He's walked into B multiple times and got a multi-frag.
Cheeky, but
I don't doubt anything Forsaken does anymore.
Yeah, he does what he wants. Mystic picking up that frag. Oh, a nice spray reset, but leaves Mind Freak with a sliver of health. That's enough. Boaster stuck in the back of the site. doesn't have paranoia online anyways, so he doesn't mind about being powerless.
Iya, nice banget Aron. Nice banget Ron.
Has got a res online though. Maybe a chance.
Kenapa lebih banyak yang pakai AK-47 dibanding M4? Karena one hit.
So nasty. He waits for them
Nice Aron.
to break the window so that then he has the space to move through, because they're going to break that to try and sell the fact that they're going in the other direction, not having any idea that he would be that far forward. As I said, I feel like his lurks in this game so far have been the most impactful thing in this map, and he has Forsaken on his team. Like, he has been unbelievable. 14 and 6 at the moment, playing a lurk Astra.
I was gonna say he's sick today, but I don't want to curse it. Sensitive topic. One round for them to play for here. PARTY been doing well 2 in a row so far. This attack seeing a lot of presence towards A. Trap placed outside for the control. They don't have to take it too fast, but well, Jing, he didn't read that handbook. He's right into the site. A is completely theirs. Great space taking.
Yeah, this is the pace that works.
Jing, lu lihat nih, Jing maju nih, guys. Lihat ya, ini udah kelakuan Jing nih. Tau nggak nih?
You see the runs where they say let's just go into the site. That's where Jing is dangerous. Now we're going to see the Cosmic Divide actually thrown in, locking him in under, trying to give him that extra little bit of space. Both still fighting within the smoke. Actually, Jing has gone down. Mystic being able to catch him out, smoking off the cross. They can actually start getting on the diffuser. They need to watch out though. Mind Freak is lurking in the back lines. You've seen the res already come through, and while Benkai is the only man standing, he's done a lot of damage onto the players, trying to get that diffusal. Even manages to get the connection onto Boaster. They're trying to pressure him, and eventually they will. It will be a 6-6 scoreline, and honestly, man,
ganggu banget sumpah Boaster, najis.
Yeah, neck and neck at the half. It's
Sama wallnya.
how it's felt the whole way through. Fnatic, they've managed to streak together a couple of rounds here on the defense in the middle, and that's the life.
Aron bunuh 15 guys, anjir. Jing ke debuff karena dia bener-bener gak tahu entry, gak dapet, walaupun dapat sih beberapa kali, cuman entahlah.
Man, I don't know if you think I'm a wizard or something, but like, there's just no way I'm gonna be able to answer that question. This is an insane game. This is a genuinely amazing game that we're seeing between these two teams. And
boleh disimpan mulu Busheng, iya.
You're just seeing
gila ya.
players like Forsaken are able
Bagus
to
sih Fnatic nih mainnya.
that they can take so fast.
Already just having a world caliber game, I think, between both of these teams, because when we saw PARTY playing
ini kalau Alphajar mainnya online kayak menang dah.
That they were going up against, I think it was Guild. The adjustments were coming way too late, but Fnatic are on a different level, even in EMEA. They're on a different tier, and that is manifesting here today.
Yeah, I mean, the adjustments have been fantastic out of Fnatic, but on top of that, Forsaken has just been having a fantastic game. We talked about the lurks, the casters, we're talking about the lurks. Both him and Mind Freak have been finding so many little gaps to give options in the mid round for this team. Well, Jing is the star on the attacking side. It was Forsaken really taking that cake. But the biggest thing to talk about in this series, I think, thus far, has been Alpha and this Sage pick, because it was an attempt at a direct counter, and we saw some cool ideas. This wall in particular was something new that Alpha was showing us, and initially it was successful, right? You see that round there.
Alphajar nih nembak temen mulu ya dari kemarin ya.
He's isolated,
Sage kemana nggak tahu bro.
they adapted off of it.
Yes, they made these adjustments. As soon as they see this wall being played,
HS tuh apa ya guys? Attack.
Bosan
sih yang harusnya main online ya.
This is the round 7 adjustments that Fnatic made with their defensive protocol.
Ini kalau Alphajar main online nih jago nih kayaknya nih. Alphajar nih.
The rotations from PARTY, and I love honestly the battle between both of these teams, because the mid rounding was a huge element as to why PARTY was so good the last time they played Ascent. But Fnatic's calling and their structure are going
First combat score ya. First combat score ya, yes. Gua nggak ngerti yang gitu-gitu sih.
It's manifesting here, and you can see how
ya mesti kalau AFS combat score tinggi berarti lu
who knows which way this series is.
Ya lu jago.
Alphajar
jauh layer. Anjay combat score. Bacot lah. Banget manja. Yor kok lu kedinginan. Bacot. Kenapa Sky udah jarang dipakai ya? Kayaknya kalau Ascent enakan pakai KO deh. Dia bisa delay, bisa dapat info, bisa ulti juga buat retake. Ya nggak sih?
Both of these teams actually 7 straight maps in a row, but you see there PARTY they've been looking damn good on Ascent this stage.
Yeah, that's purely on Ascent for PARTY. I don't think Fnatic have any. I think they lost their last game, so not quite as good. Yeah, on this map versus FPX. So
Aces aku cinta.
We'll see what they have planned for this defense.
Ya mamanya lagi sakit. Oke siap. Lu nggak fashion show dibubarin kan kocak.
Forsaken just looking to try and play within the smoke placed down by the attackers. They should be aware of this, and with Enzo still having prowlers, I'd be surprised if they're caught.
Nice banget ya Son. Ayo Son, bisa Son, bunuh lagi Son, dapat satu nih.
Ready to hold down, but the team resets. They move through mid. You know, we TP'd out of here a moment ago. That flash is good. Divide doesn't realize they've gone past him. They're in the spawn behind, and Divide has no idea. Durka able to take one before going down. That mistake corrected.
Nice banget Davai.
And double down on beautiful, leaving Boaster alone. Well, he is just being surrounded, pushed on every side, but it looks like he's gonna hold strong. A little
Ini Asen juga mapnya sofa banget tuh ganti sekarang. Iya.
A nice name from Jinx. I feel like they needed to put him down, but yeah, Divide, huge mid-hold. Like the fact is, he lets someone go past unintentionally, and then ends up killing that player anyway, while also catching the rest of the Fnatic team. Because that was the thing. The reason Fnatic pressure that is because they know the TP has taken.
Ya lu nggak coba smoke udah biru.
Okay, there must be a gap.
Dicit.
There was not a gap.
Yep, they had very much planned for that in the early round.
Udah kayak mau omen nih, omen banget gak gua.
Doesn't see contact in the first couple. He might even go for the TP right away, fill in the gap on the A side. It's a good intention and a good bait play out. PARTY PRX reap the reward of that now, 7-6 up against an eco. Classics all around for Fnatic. Durka, 4 headhunter bullets to play with. I can't use that. The only thing that Fnatic have going for them. So you'd be very surprised to see anyone else take the opening fight. Unless, of course, it's PARTY PRX doing something like that, right? Flashing in, taking the aggression. They've managed to stall them out and get a ton of info. Gotta be very careful though, Tom. You know, a little mistake up against these kind of numbers.
Emon bang, bacot Dimas. Malah diem.
Classics if you make an overextension.
Oh, no, don't go back to short. Don't go back to short. You don't know what you're walking back into, Fnatic. If you head in that direction.
Villa semalam berapa bang? Lah, lu yang biasanya tahu kok. Nanya gua. Kan lu orang Bogor.
This is mid peak. Out of the headhunter from Durka to try and hold for top mid contact, and here it comes. They haven't swung wide enough, and Durka is now distracted, looking over at.
Oh, he's now back.
Come back and forth. 2 quick kills. A little bit of damage out of Fnatic. You know, with these classics, one more here would be great.
Anjir.
Down by Jing. 8 rounds on the board for PARTY PRX, and the most important thing here, Tom, you know, those orbs, they're being stacked up on Divide, which I think you'd prefer that to someone like Jing having his ulti on board.
Yeah, he got a few himself. I feel like the flash was definitely not the best that came out of Divide.
Gok skill, udah mulai panas nih kayak Jing nih. Jadi kayak Abang Villa puncak maksudnya muka lu.
They've got some nasty combos they can throw, and especially alongside Mystic and Enzo. We've seen that from FPX many a time. Look at where the defense is, though. 2 players in mid. Are they going to blast back straight down into tiles?
Oh, yes, they are. And the flash up top as well. Thing is, this is kind of being given away. They're not ready, though.
Kocak.
The blast pack play. They've been
orang masa nggak denger ya?
And now that push comes through from main. These forces, they group up. Their combined damage already yielding a number of opening duels. A lot of damage to this team. 7
kocak.
Mystic as he goes back for a heal. He'll at least get most of his health back, but this is not an easy round now for Fnatic. They have been disrupted.
They've got to clear everything. Like, literally, look at where Jing still is. Up until moments ago, I genuinely think there was a moment in his head where
Flash. Ayo, tunjukkan gilamu, Davai.
But instead, they are going to fall back. A minute left to play with for Fnatic to try and clear out some of these positions. And you know that Davai is still sat there, flash ready if they need to try and get more aggressive. Denkai even going to go for the swing, but they're pressuring. Mystic does trade it back, though.
This whole time they've made all that noise on
anjing booster dapat CT.
Hey, look,
Tapi harusnya PARTY. Waduh. Ayo Benkai. Tutup.
Behind them, they've spotted him just in time though. And I don't think he's getting out. Oh, he is getting out of this one. Mind Freak's gone as well. The B side's under threat. It's Jing that has to save the day, and he's gone too.
Jadi 2 lawan 1, anjir.
It should be winnable from here now. Forsaken left with his headhunter in hand.
Karena Nabisa sama Ian langsung tajam. Yoi.
That's the only real surprise. Wall up, but it hasn't really covered off anything. In fact, it's left a gap that he's just going to walk straight through. I don't think they've spotted it yet. A chance for Forsaken down into the 1 versus 1. But he's read this wrong. He expects Boaster to be wrapping back around. Instead, Boaster still.
Ini 1 peluru aja, Son. Son. 1 peluru aja. Please.
Rifle along the way as well. a bullet or two needed, but he's given away his position. Almost trying to bait him in, and eventually Boaster will close it.
Satu
Way
peluru
too
aja menang.
close for comfort for Fnatic, but they do just about scrape through the round.
Yeah, it's unbelievable that he survived so long in the spawn, and I think you just see
Udah bagus banget loh Jing, guys.
Tenkai was
Gila.
caught by that player being there. They thought that this was a
Swings
clear...
it again, though.
Oh yeah, he went back out. Listen, I'm not going to excuse the second duel. The first one, very much so.
Spectre at range. Yeah, I think that's how every Fnatic fan feels right now, Boaster.
Well, around they probably would have liked to win a little cleaner, Tom. All the finances. Why? He's gone! And they've got a reveal as well. The Haunt doesn't catch Jing, also fell off the wall, but still, good attempt. I like to see the initiative, and that's not the only bit of aggression. They're pushing mid as well. An A main push, a mid push. A very passive B hold, but that's where Fnatic are going.
Only for
Kuatin B-nya dong. Kan udah di-push.
Nobody else, but already they've managed to delay.
Ya ampun, ya ampun. Kelamaan kuatin B-nya.
Tasty couple of assists there. A nice shot back from Forsaken though. The spam even doing further damage, and he just got 2 for 1. It's gonna go down into Jing facing off against Boaster. He can TP to the other side of the map and he'll be able to get an afterplant.
30 HP and a nade.
Wah gila bro. Ya, ini kalau menang gara-gara Aron sih, sumpah.
But it comes down to the position of Boaster.
Is he gonna try and wrap all the way back? He's planted open for sure. So if he manages to run all the way
Ayo,
back,
langsung diffuse.
there's no way
Langsung
this is
diffuse
the
aja.
position you're gonna
Halo,
expect
Jing,
from Jing,
Jing.
right? Unless he's an absolute
Langsung
genius. You're
diffuse.
gonna see the smoke coming through up from heaven, and he's gonna nade.
Lah,
Definitely not
kocik.
what the plan was.
Ayo diffuse,
There's
diffuse.
absolutely no
Jing,
idea.
ayo diffuse.
And
Aduh,
now Boaster's
kelamaan
bought
lagi.
enough time for himself to wrap all the way back around on the flank. A single bullet needed, and I don't think Jing has made the realization he'll finally work it out. TP to the other side, but he hasn't even managed to get it close to halfway. Boaster almost just playing with his food as the peak comes out. A fantastic clutch from Boaster, and the scoreline level.
Ada Vandal tapi pakai Sheriff, tapi dapat Sheriffnya. Sheriffnya dapat 2 lagi ya. Enggak sih, itu udah bener anjing. Itu ada satu orang yang nge-whiff kayaknya deh. Pas bunuh siapa ya? Bunuh Boaster, Boasternya bunuh 2 anjir. Tuh, nge-whiff.
And it gave the edge to PARTY PRX, but that wasn't enough. The 30 HP 1v1, the big brain IGL.
Get the fucking shit.
Coming out with the victory and equalizing the scoreline.
Boaster gila sih. Boaster jago nih anjing di master ini, cok. Wow.
He's coming through with his ult just in time.
Well, that's the thing. It's an eco in terms of weaponry. It definitely is not an eco when it comes down to the ultimates. You're looking at 4 online. One of them has already had impact in the Tour de Force. You got
Itu di-smokin, di mana tadi di-smokin ya? Hah?
Maybe that'll play a part. Luckily for Fnatic, they do have their res. So
Alah.
Enzo's going to be back online. They're waiting to see if there's any re-aggression, but you can tell now Fnatic are going to be quite a bit more careful with the angles they're taking.
I'll tell you what, there was a moment where I'm thinking Jing's about to pop that showstopper once the res comes through and just go steaming into B main looking for duels.
Guarantee he had the same thought.
Yeah,
Boaster pakai ini, perasaan tadi dia menang guys.
But he decided against it. Probably the right call, resetting and allowing this Tour de Force.
Tadi Hell di-smokin sama Boaster, pinter banget dia, sumpah. Bukan Hell yang di-smokin, Heaven-nya di-smokin.
It's right outside this A site. He's about to have the challenge. Forsaken's pushed back by the Prowler. He's going to be caught now as well. I don't think he can take his ult out just yet. Yeah, he's suppressed. He's got to run for his life.
Dafai dapat coy.
And Fnatic are capitalizing on that.
Nice banget.
He just tried to wall up in towards the site through the Cosmic Divide. Well, I question whether it would have impact. The ult definitely has. A freebie kill. Boaster trying to lurk his way through though. They might not have spotted this angle, but they actually use that haunt to give him away. The rest of the team though is doubled back in towards the B site. It's completely clear, so the likelihood is Fnatic will have an afterplant.
Wah gila, Boaster dapat nih. Wah ini gila sih. Sumpah kalau Boaster dapat sih, dapat 2 aja.
Yes, they will. Okay, Vigilant on the way through. They've managed to avoid giving him a pick, and they don't want to hunt him down. That's the thing. It's just a time waster completely. He can keep on playing cat and mouse all round long. PARTY PRX need to reset. They've got to look for the site, and that's Durka waiting for them, missing the shot. Enzo with a rifle.
Laman. Ayo cepetan.
He'll give up ground too. The ultimate used here.
hoping that that'll give them the extra edge, dodging the reveal around behind the boxes, and Durkin now with an op in hand gets that extra shot off.
Apaan sih, Boster gila dah mainnya dah. Pinter banget anjing.
Left Forsaken with absolutely no chance to even get out.
That's the thing, he could just try and hold them in. Bear in mind they lost every
Dicik
player in the
banget,
last
Cok.
round,
Durkin
so
apa?
any
Boster,
cost that
Cok.
can be caused here will actually affect Fnatic. But again,
Boster
they had to use a lot.
jago anjir. Licik anjing.
Mostly those pistols that were put into play. Okay, there was a couple of ults on the other side invested. You still have to
Ini
bear in
Jason udah
mind,
gila banget
there's a no
padahal.
command, a showstopper, and now the rifles and an operator on the other side going into this round, whereas Fnatic
Ini Tokopedia dulu dah. Tuh kan. Ini Bosternya gila nih. Ini literally Boster Mas MVP, bro. Tadi lelenya nggak kena, dia pinter main ini. Cosmic Divide kan si ini, si Aaron yang pakai.
But the initial plan was awesome because it was basically you had the knife go through, it's removed, and then Boaster swings.
Aaron pakai mouse apa itu? Faksi ya?
Unfortunately, he doesn't connect. Then the Cosmic Divide goes up, and then Forsaken's able to get away, and that's where everything.
Buat saya mati early pasti menaruh
PARTY
PRX.
going to take a pause, and I can understand why. This game is getting scarily close. They've gone into.
Iya, dimanfaatin balik maksudnya ya. Iya.
They've looked, if anything, in command for a lot of the rounds, especially in this second half. But Fnatic starting to adapt, starting to win some big clutch moments, and those are the moments that could define this map.
Gila, Boster di garden muter-muter, Cok, gila gokil. Lah, ini mereka nggak ada duit. Oh iya.
Was it nobody or just the one that came
I think it was two.
Wah,
no, the one before.
timing
The one
song.
before was nobody, yeah.
Nobody,
Boaster
and then
died
two,
to the
yeah.
spike.
So your economy is just in such a rough spot that they've almost made the right call. It's very, very rare to see this.
Mereka kok nggak ada duit dah.
Yeah, and I guess when you have Dirk,
Mas Manfred kontrol top frag kapan lagi? Iya. Nih Aaron juga lagi wangi sebenarnya.
Nonetheless, rifle retrieved. Forsaken though is going walkabouts. So dangerous when he gets in this zone. And
Nice.
actually, Boaster's gone down, trying to sneak his way through again, and now it's just free. It's so free. That's a spike on the deck. Dirk has been able to take one back, but he has to go on a retrieval mission.
Yeah, you're peeking right into this op. There's not a lot that can get them.
Jason kalah angle nih.
It looks like they might just want to dry peek into this. A little bit of utility to clear.
Udah dipantek sama Dirk.
They didn't get the spike.
They haven't got it. No, they're not even close. They're still worried about him. Finally, though, a star comes back online. It looks like we might have an attempt out of the defensive side to crunch in.
Aaron, bokongin Ron.
Getting past.
Anjing. Dia ke B loh gerakannya, anjir.
To walk past the trap on A, but then have gone back completely. And Fnatic, you know, meanwhile they're letting them do all these little mind games and so on, and they'll just take B.
It's happened a couple of times.
Bodoh.
Winning that duel versus Enzo is actually a huge deal. Now Durka gonna try and reclaim this angle. He's definitely gonna peek into this. You can already see the ult was almost utilized by Benkai, worried about this position. And Nightmare is not even gonna connect onto him. So Durka is still gonna have all his sound. Waiting, nice shot from Alpha here as well, but the shot missed from Durka. Turning it back into that 2v2 scenario. Looking to try and swing into this operator, a second miss! And now Alpha is the last man standing. All he has is his pistol, trying to turn this around. The first goes his way, but Mind Freak will drop him. Once again, we go 9-9, but I guess considering...
Padahal Iko, saya duitnya nggak ada dia, guys.
It was, you know, the easiest
Gila ini, bro. Seru, bro. Seru nih gamenya.
You don't normally see them this late, but that's what it was.
Nih, seru, gamenya seru banget.
That's a round win. Closer than it should have been, which is weird to say. And in this round, they're going to come through on the Fnatic side. They have, I believe, got the tour to they've got the tour de force online on Durka. Now, null command on Devi, and we've seen.
Aduh, harusnya ini yang final ya guys ya. Ini map final nih harusnya nih. Tapi nggak tahu sih ada Y sama DRX juga. Pada optik ada DRX juga ya.
Look at the buy for PARTY PRX. That's the thing. Even though it wasn't the normal spot for a bonus. The money sucks right now on the PARTY PRX. We're going to see a fast-paced move. Null command. initiated instantly. Counter stars placed to hold them back that little bit longer, although I say hold them back. Bo's just gone TPing into the site. Alfia as well up on the wall. This could be a nasty surprise for Benkai. He's being pressured from all angles.
Benkai.
Eventually Alfia will take him down. Sight in. Jingo's just gone through, but he hasn't managed to connect again. The showstopper seems meaningless. He just uses it to blast himself into the air. Trying to fight
dan gila.
Gets another one eventually.
Oh, ini lebih gila lagi. Nice banget. 2 lawan 2, yuk 2 lawan 2.
I don't know how Jing's managed to keep them alive in this one, but still that heartbeat is starting to become
Nice. Nice banget. Nice banget.
PARTY take a 10th here. Blink and you miss it on that one.
Nice banget.
He's a madman. He's an actual madman. Like the rest of the team are like, okay, we're setting up, we've got our flashes. I've got the operator. I'll hold. And Jing's like, I'll see you guys in a bit. I'm gonna go get 2 kills. By the way, neither of them showstopper. The giant bazooka I just fired.
Enggak, Cok. Aron udah bagus banget mainnya loh padahal.
Fly into the air and then just headshot 2 people instead. It is the least conventional retake you will ever see in your lives. But that is Jing in a nutshell.
Yes, Minnie, I feel that exactly, and I think that's the only appropriate response. One of those rounds you'll be hanging your head afterwards, just upset, and you let it go. That a player can pop off like that on PARTY and put you onto an eco, potentially an 11-9 scoreline. Jing, same play out of the flash, and he's in. They have absolutely no idea that this pace is a possibility, and that's the spike drop. Jing is just lightning fast, and there's nothing the Fnatic can do about it. 2 versus 5.
Panas short, iya nih. WB-nya tegang banget dah. Tar dulu bro. Ini gila bro.
It's like they're trying to troll Fnatic in half of these rounds.
Emang buff WB sih ini. Tadi gue buff WB langsung menang cuek.
They're not going to push into that with a tour de force, are they? Yeah, it's a big risk.
And they've got a res as well if they ever wanted to try and throw that in. I don't think this will be the round they're going to use it, but I love the fact that every time we see that same push. All right. Okay, I think Forsaken might have had a little bit of tunnel vision there.
Well, they've managed to obtain that spike after the smokes had dissipated. And got back in with one being pulled back. Still so much for Fnatic to do. They're in the attacker spawn with 40 seconds left and half the manpower their opponents have to work with. Mind Freak still has a ton of stars. Utility really not looking to be
30 seconds
any sort of problem, and there you go. And that nade is about to ruin his day. Jing's got 4, and his showstopper's almost back, Tom. Not that that's really gonna be anything from what we've seen.
Left-handed, kenapa ya? Left-handed tuh gue ngerasa lebih rugi dah. Si Jason selalu dapetin matinya tuh left-handed terus. Asli loh.
The fact they have a pop flash to blind the person, they have a stun for anybody at the back, and they have a haunt that they have to lean up to shoot. There's like 4 different pieces of utility that pop just before he goes around that corner. So that first kill is as free as can be. Now some of the rest of the swings, he is actually a madman still. But it's that supportive utility that make PARTY God tier. Look, Jing alone is good.
You can do that every round in ranked, and it's not going to work the majority of the time. You're going to look silly going blast packing down mid, and it's funny to watch it and go, but how can a pro team not? He's blast packing mid. Come on, you can hear it. He's done it already, but it's because, yeah, like you said, there's so many other things for them to worry about. There's
udah mulai nggak jelas Fnatic. Oh, nice banget Jason.
Tour de force to deal with, but they have managed to take down Benkai on the other side.
Just going to stick that for a second.
You will not kill my
There's the res. Right back up into a 5v4, and not anything that PARTY can do about it.
Was that TP a distraction to get them away from B-Main?
Kok ajak Jason nobar, mana bisa gila.
Like, okay, well,
ini malah di buff nih Jason Cok sama Jing.
Dirk is alive for about 5 seconds, and he's already dead once again. Ready to set up in towards this A site. Nade looking at that cross as well to try and slow them down if needed. No ultimates available either for Fnatic, so getting in here is not going to be easy, unless, of course, Mystic just pops.
He just jumped into it! He jumped into the knife while he had the oh no! The showstopper was out, and then he just completely ruined the Fnatic walkout. Find it easily, Jing.
Lancing jadi wah Boster nge-lag otaknya bro. Nice Ron, Aaron bisa Ron. Bisa Ron.
Somehow Mind Freak has brought this back into a winnable position, knowing roughly where a couple of these players are. Enzo just sat around the generator, One player almost directly below him, making this drop should be instant death, but he's actually got a little bit further. He isolates the first, and there's no trade for Enzo. This 1v4 is on, and it leaves it down just to one man standing, pinged up by the Haunt, looking for the final player, and somehow Mindfreak brings this back. It looked like a done deal after a slip-up from PRX, but somehow this man wins it again.
Yeah, his clutch potential is off the
Nice
charts
banget,
right
kelas,
now.
bro.
There were a couple of opportunities for Jing in that round. There were a couple of opportunities for PRX as a whole. Never would I have thought that Mindfreak was going to be the one to take him out. He has nothing. He didn't even have a star to work with in this. This is just
Wah, Enzo bodok. Yes, nice banget. Untung bodok.
You see from the
Untung
PRX
bodok.
facility way over in Singapore. They're feeling pretty good about their team's chances here. 12-9, 3 opportunities.
Gila, orang butuh duit momen, kesurupan apa ini? Nggak tahu bro, kelas ini.
They're calling a pause.
That should be the nail in the coffin. A 1 versus 4 to put yourself on map point. He's had a truly unbelievable map. He's playing the Astra. He is 25 and 12. There's something I
Gokil,
mentioned
guys.
earlier in the tournament that you seem to see
Tiempo muerto.
come into Masters event.
Aaron mode scary, iya cok.
It's never these explosive duelists. We look at them at the beginning, we go like,
Sabarnya bagus sih.
we're gonna get
Anjing, sabar banget.
Tackle Leah, he's gonna be insane. We always overlook the controllers. Mindfreak.
Si Enzo takutan guys, tadi takut banget. Di time udah nembak kan si siapa? Mystic udah nembak, cuman si Enzo nya takut.
Ensure there's nothing obscuring your vision. 25
Mendingan lu ngambil si ini.
And he's still almost leading for assists, divided him 19. But yeah, it's kind of cheating on a KO, I feel like. You can't be coming in on that. But Mindfreak, just unbelievable value for this team right now as we rock on into what could be the final round. 3 in a row needed for Fnatic to close themselves in OT. And Tom, they've got to do it on the attack side. Up against a fierce PRX that are going in again! Jing, he got flashed up this time and walled off. Sectioned into their spawn, but they're not done.
Okay, I swear that's the second time this game Althea has not realized someone's there and still killed them anyway. I don't know how he's getting away with this. It's almost like, if I don't see you, you don't see me, but somehow it's worked out for them. Forsaken still
Nice one.
onto Enzo. It has left him very low on HP, but what Althea has already done in this round, well, I don't even want to say it should be enough because they just lost a 1v4.
That was an ambitious attempt out of PRX, something that's had a lot of success for
Enzo lagi nggak dapat, makanya takut-takut. Iya, takut-takut dia mainnya. Aha, mamam lu.
If it doesn't, they win. If that goes the way it did the last 2-3 times, he's good for 1 minimum. And it will be the Sage taken out. But instead, we come back into this with Alpha, 2 kills under his belt already. Aggression attempted and succeeded. Fnatic on their way to the A site. Only Forsaken in their way! What? He's caught Mystic on the fade back. And keeping control, a foothold of the A site. They've got to cross him. They've got to face him down or smoke him out. And that's what they're going to do, the latter. But he's not done. Forsaken. Well, he's thinking about going through it with 11 HP and Alpha Air punishes.
I just almost had to breathe out there, a sigh of relief. I thought he was going to get away with murder once again. Now it's Benkai's turn. 1 less than last time, but you can see homed in on the angle. Althea watching, waiting for someone to try and make that move. The Prowler gives away.
Si Alfajar ngapain liatin short ya, bro? Orang dia kan udah ini di heaven ya.
It shouldn't be possible. And now they know exactly where he is. He's not getting that opportunity just yet, and a trade this time does come through from Fnatic.
Yep, all you can do in that situation for Benkai is attempt to create your own opportunities, but really it relies on Fnatic making big misplays, and they certainly get them. This just is utterly ridiculous. And the immediate reset from Alpha, you see his tactical awareness in this moment. The wall is up, he doesn't need to worry about that. It's just be main, and he resets instantly.
He walls while completely blind. He's like, okay, right, I'm blind. But I know roughly my wall should go here. Okay, I've walled. Oh, there's a dude there. All right, and I'm going to kill that guy. Oh, wait, they normally push B main straight after.
They do
oh,
that,
cool,
yeah.
free kill, nice. It's like, his decision-making for someone who is 17 years of age is ridiculous.
Oh, that nade is perfect. Now have to step right back out of A main, and even suffering a little bit of damage along the way. Shields mostly stripped off of Boaster.
Jin tadi nggak lihat yang saya kiri kanan. Karena dia buta guys, dibutahin ya. Dia dibutahin kayaknya. Derke kapan lagi deg-degan? Nggak tahu. Derke.
The same old teleport we've seen from Forsaken a couple of times. It allows him into just a nastiest of positions up close, and he can fade out of here almost immediately. They need to be clinical in taking this duel, and they are anything but.
He didn't leave. I was thinking for a second he might try and rotate off. Jing has been caught though. This might mean a double back, but for now at least they're still fighting.
Loh, Davai, what are you doing, anjing?
They've got the res, and while Forsaken's gone as well.
Davai ngapain?
Turning this into a 5 versus 2. Both players very far apart. And with the pincer coming through that market, I don't know what Benkai can do from here.
He should be done.
30 seconds left.
Don't worry about the stairs on their way through. They're about to smoke him off, and well, does he want to go through it? No. He's going to try and keep them inside of main, misses it, and then, well, goes out to his death. That was an expected outcome, really. Mind Freak left alone. A 1v5, Tom. Literally no chance he wins this.
Davai nge-throw. Iya, Davai ngapain nih? Pasti Alex kesel nih.
0%.
Shut your mouth.
There is no reality in the multiverse.
There isn't. Maybe he can grab all them all back into the spike and they all die. That's the only way I think he can do anything here, but no. It is going to be another round. And I genuinely feel like a lot of this game has been Fnatic trying to adapt to what PARTY PRX are doing. And it's the most
OTK ini, kalau OT susah sih.
Like it's the impossible challenge, and somehow Fnatic are doing a pretty decent job of it, catching a lot of the aggression.
Boster demand banget Phantomnya anjing.
Pushes that have been coming through so regularly, and basically just
lagi dapat nih Boster nih.
And the danger now is PARTY PRX a pretty
nice
low
run.
economy. Like you are watching Mind Freak save a Bulldog. If that doesn't tell you enough, wow, we'll have a look.
Nice banget Ron. Aduh.
He has just taken down Durka, but given the cost of his life.
Nggak ada duit kah mereka?
I think maybe a calculated gamble to swing out wide, take another rifle from the floor, and at least make this more costly for Fnatic.
Benkai.
There's no
real
thank
you.
impact of that, right? I think he killed everyone in Fnatic. They're able to buy up for this last round over on PARTY PRX.
Jangan lupa like adik-adik.
The Bulldog on Mind Freak and nothing for Benkai.
Wah ini gila nih, bro, ini gila nih.
Well,
ini gila nih,
A frenzy on Benkai for final round a half. Like it's not ideal, but Jing's gone. He's sending it again. The reveal's huge.
Oh, nice banget, coek, nice banget, nice banget.
Finally, PARTY PRX get the success out of it. Couldn't be a better round for it. Now those disadvantages,
nice banget,
well, they don't look so bad when you've got a 4v3.
Was gorgeous. As you said, they attempted it a couple of times. This is the one time it's properly paid off for PARTY PRX, and it's at 12-11. Again, we're going to see a reset from Fnatic in towards mid. Try and wait and patiently watch to see if anybody's going to get aggressive, but not this time. Forsaken sat in the corner towards the logs. He's got the crossfire as well with Mind Freak. You've got deep control on A as well. It's only really mid that has any gaps. And even that's being watched sneakily by Benkai every once in a while.
It's hard to imagine this goes their way. Forsaken's able to TP back to the B site. Mind Freak, trade, set up on site with his teammate, and they've already got the advantage, but this relies on Forsaken getting something done, and this is... Oh! He's actually not gotten the kill. Durka made it out.
Lihat Boster. Dia lihat Boster, Jing. Huh?
Where they're relying on Boster again, making it through mid. He's thread the needle. He did this many times in the past. He's had the success before. He won them that round on B. But Benkai, frenzy in hand.
Nice banget.
It's the frenzy to do it.
Aduh, ayo dong.
Remains in
3 seconds.
10 seconds to get it planted. They're closing in on the site. That smoke actually allows Zowie to stay alive. They've got it planted. They'll get it done.
What the fuck, man?
Just about a 2 versus 2 emerges.
Oh, chance, Boster. He's going to get dinked up. Both players tagged. And now it's left on to Enzo. Acquired a game from him thus far. Needs to try and isolate one of these duels. And he goes looking. Forsaken facing the other way. He's heard that window broken. And now looks to try and wrap around behind them, knowing that both players are coming through this door, waiting for that initial fight, and he finds it. Mind Freak once again left into the clutch. Even going to tap onto that spike. In fact, he's looking to try and stick it at least halfway. The Haunt has given him away, and it's a rematch from before.
Nice run. Nice run. Nice fucking nice.
PARTY PRX, they have
nice run.
map 1.
Nice.
Again and again.
Nice banget, bro.
Clutch after clutch. Mind Freak has been there.
Sung guys.
This team keeping them standing in that first map. They have stolen Fnatic's
Let's
map.
go.
That was the whole best of 3, right?
This time, giveaway.
That was the whole best of
Aaron gila sih, kelas master cok. Gila banget. Gila, kelas master bro. Let's go. Jantung min 99, iya. Wah gila, Aaron save the day berapa kali? Gokil sih. Aaron gokil, Aaron.
This guy just had his life game.
My heart is legitimately racing. Like, I'm not even kidding. My heart is legitimately racing from how ridiculous this match was. This was map 1. This was the series of the day in my eyes, but it could even be the series of the tournament. The way this is kicked off, I think next, my mind might be fried, but I think we're going to Bind, which is, it's an incredible map for PARTY PRX, but I think that every single map in this series.
Let's go, 500 orang yuk, 500 orang guys, let's go. 200 lagi masa nggak bisa?
They have just lived exactly what I felt in that last round. An incredible map from
Aaron gila bro.
That was one of the maps
Aaron gila banget,
we
anjir.
didn't necessarily expect it from. When you have Jing and Forsaken and just the beauty of some of those rounds from PARTY PRX.
Ayo guys, 150 lagi yuk. Bisa anjir kok. Michael ikutan juga nggak apa-apa. Siapapun bisa ikutan bro. Let's go.
They want to win streaks, and while PARTY PRX is winning streak, it continues. Fnatic, though, they've got to bounce back on fine. Let's hear from Rose with that chat
Di Tokopedia, Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia. 10 lagi yuk, 10 lagi. 5 10 5 4 3 2 1. Radzul Abian. Apakah hangus adik-adik? 45 detik tidak chat, hangus. Yo, woi, IG lu apa? Jangan lupa di follow IG ya guys ya. Kita nge-roll 3 kali. IG lu apa bro? Sulabian. Ayo, jangan di private dong, jadi private bro. Yuk. Baik. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Kal. Hadir. Apa? IG lu, bro? IG lu apa, bro? Ini second account, kalau misalkan second account hangus ya guys. Bentar ya, kita cari dulu. Second account hangus. Oke, sekali lagi guys. Indonesia belanja di Tokopedia 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Danen Dura Syahdama. Danen Dura Syahdama. Danen Dura Syahdama. Danen Dura Syahdama apa IG? Dua lagi ntar ya guys ya, abis map kedua ya guys ya. Tuna with mayonnaise. Ini kalau misalkan second account sorry banget, gua ini ya gua angusin. Sorry banget. Oke guys, ntar dua lagi habis map kedua ya. Wah, gue pengen PARTY menang cok, cepet-cepet dah. PARTY 54%, gokil. Siap kok, makasih kok. Yang mana? Minta WA-nya. Cara message gitu gimana? Lu tinggal message di live chat udah dapet kok. Ntar langsung ke ini. Langsung ke apa? Ntar langsung ke ini. Aaron full senyum yoi. Gokil sih Aaron sih. Dia gila sih. Dia punya apa namanya? Clutch-nya, Classmaster cok. Udah sampai map kedua aja, nggak usah ada map 2. Iya, gue udah nggak kuat gue. Positioning orang setara Boster bahkan lebih kali. Nah, intinya bagus dia. Intinya bagus banget.
Anyway, moving on. I know at least 5 30-year-olds knew what I was talking about there.
Semangat apa ya Leta? Gak sakit bro, nggak lagi enak badan. Kalau misalkan biasa juga semangat coek. Bukan masalah semangat atau enggaknya. Dilihat-lihat Aaron mukanya kayak Sinatra. Muka lu anjing. Mana ada? Gara-gara rambutnya doang ya? Kayak stuck cok.
Yeah, I mean, Durka, he had a solid map in map number 1, but it wasn't jaw-dropping, and I don't think that's because he was playing badly. I think it's because the style of PARTY is just...
Aaron ini tingkat sabarnya tinggi banget, guys. Thank you. Ya, besok gue masuk sekolah, mantul.
The neon, but here when it's the raised double satchels...
Mirip, matanya mirip, enggak, mirip Stux. Bain bisa lah ini ya, iya. Gue ngerasa pengen belajar aim mending di race aja dah kalau urusan flick ini tuh master memory. Betul. Booster aimnya boleh B aja tapi booster itu booster tuh lebih ke arah positioningnya bagus guys. Dia punya positioning bagus makanya dia bisa nge-kill tuh. Yor kapan cukur? Kemarinan.
So you get the insanity from Jing's double stance drilling in, and that is combined with Forsaken off of a pop flash, normally from the breach of Benkai. TPing in. Normally it's that front truck TP that we see from him so often. Teams know it's happening. Teams know what is coming, but still no one has really been able to counter him out. They're 7-0.
Ya mirip Mako. Iya kalau botak ya.
I think are two of the best buying teams in the world.
I'm sure. Thank you Valentino. Lu cuma ngomongin beberapa hari sekali Yor. Kalau misalkan udah panjang banget, gas.
Against Fnatic, and that is exactly what PARTY did here. We're waiting for the agent select in a moment. We don't know what we're going to be getting here from either team, but Bren, you're right. I mean, like this.
Mau ambil minum dulu guys, bentar ya.
To me, this reads as like a PARTY that is just saying, "Oh yeah, you're good at this map." So are we.
They have so many different. They have two different looks as well that they like to play on this one. So it's a difficult map to prep for if you are Fnatic.
And they've been successful both of them.
I think the thing that I love most so far about this series and what it's delivering is that it's been incredibly close and it hasn't been due to the downfall of any particular players. And now, are we going to see it? That's the question. I'm going to stop talking because I'm looking at Forsaken. My eyes are glued to that one position. Is he going to be playing the Euros?
All right, well, this is your Prime Gaming agent select. Mimi, let's see what we get locked in here.
I think it's happening. This is normally the comp they play around it with Zowie on the Fate. There it is. They lock it in. I'd expect Jing to go into the secondary duelist of that race, and that he does. So setup is that double duelist duo of Forsaken and Jing. They're going to be insane on the attacking side to take space, but on the defense as well. Look for Forsaken with those fast rotations, sending those fake outs through the teleport, making it really difficult for Fnatic to understand where he is in the mid-round.
All right, well, it's now time to jump into the action. We're set for map 2, so let's send it back to young Tomathan of Business and Mitchell E. Mann. That is their God-given names.
Well, you learn something new every day, Mr. Bizzle. I'm very excited to get on into this one. You know,
please get it correct.
My apologies. My apologies. I will be better in the future. I am a little bit afraid for this matchup. 13-11 first map, very close. I'm expecting this one to be the same, but we heard from Benkai in the interview just a couple days ago. He didn't think many teams were going to be brave enough to play him here on Bind. He said Fnatic's the one exception, and sure enough, they've let it through. This map picked out by PARTY, and they are 1-0, looking to close it out here and now and add to that win streak, make it 9 maps in a row.
Yeah, they're going to kick it off on the defense side. As Mimi mentioned, there is still value that can be brought from this Euro, but a lot of the time I feel like it really comes through on that attack. So we'll see what Forsaken's going to be able to do here. Of course, when he gets that operator in hand, there's definitely a little bit more danger. But already, it seems like they're challenging at least a little bit in towards that B side. But on A, things are very passive.
Tiger coming up right away for the Belong control. Fnatic certainly looking to put a bit of pressure in, something they're known for. Not going to see that typical snake bite down for the Belong, obviously with it being pistol. Carry quite a bit of value to them. So this means PARTY maintain the control. They're still spotting Belong. They're not too worried about inside of Buka, and a good stun nade almost yields value to start with. PARTY got to be under pressure though. These players leaving open the option to go through the teleport.
With the spike going back in the other direction, I feel like Zowie might be about to spot it. In fact, he's just dropped it on the floor. The aggression then comes out of Jing, taking down a weakened Durka. This is already looking troublesome for the side of Fnatic, trying to find a way back into this round. What has happened with this crosshair?
Something else from Zowie.
He must just play like a weird res. I don't believe it's actually that size. Okay, Boaster. I feel like this happens in a lot of pistol rounds where everybody's dead and then Boaster's like, don't worry guys, I'll get 2 kills and then lose.
You heard the extra TP as well, 10 seconds left. Just about timing that to get out. I think he'll get a plant quite open. Well, not at all. In fact, he didn't have the time by the time he made it to the corner. Forsaken. Gun hit. Hammering home that final bullet. 1-0. A good start for PARTY. And you look at Fnatic's attempt there, it really just not the play. They went for an A fake, they had their wall down, they tried to cross, tried to sell that fake info, but the stun, the nade, and the follow-up duels just way too much, combined with that success for Zowie and his ridiculous crosshair.
This was taken.
Solid start. Of course, we're seeing Benkai, I believe, bring in that breach, which was something I think he'd switched up a few times, like having Mix in there with the Viper occasionally thrown in with their other composition, but I think this is the one that everybody was really looking for because it's the one that involves the Yoru. That's probably the reason why.
Sering nonton streamnya ada main dia lumayan sering pakai. Ini kenapa guys? Ngomongin apa?
Nothing, basically. No investment, obviously not having a chamber, so no headhunter. So ultimately, just trying to group up and catch someone as they go. Forsaken, well, he's almost just trying to play mind games at this point.
Yeah, running out with
Yoru ya, benar Yoru.
Like Fnatic's early play, I think they were probably looking for a Q there, hoping that PARTY would do something maybe that they'd seen before in VODs or something like that, but nothing comes through. You got to make your own move. And about that time, PARTY are putting 2 and 2 together, realizing no contact outside B, not a lot of time on the clock. We can get a little flank on the way. That's exactly what's going on. They're now contained by this divide play up behind, and all they need to do is win their duels on site with better weapons, with shields. They lose the pistol to start with, but look at the damage.
Wah gila, mantap Jing dikasih kill terus. Dapat ini guys, dapat apa? Dapat ultil. Buat ulti. Tadi ada Indonesia 110k ya, emang iya. Bentar ya.
There might be some danger in this round. Interesting though, at least with the initial buy up, it looked like Forsaken might actually go for a rifle here.
Kalau nggak dimainin pas percaya lawan Rancior. Mukanya. Oi. Kenapa? Suara Twitch-nya kurang gede. Oke.
A couple of opportunities here for PARTY, that's for sure.
The thing is though, the credits are left kind of low. So this is more of a gamble than you might necessarily expect it to be.
That was a really interesting start. Prowler through teleport on long. They try to take contact of Bath, see nobody.
Jason nih bikin pusing anjing sumpah. Pergerakannya. Di mana-mana ada dia, cok.
The Prowler would have seen someone and no noise was heard afterwards. It's a good indication that the presence is being taken elsewhere on the map, and you can see the PARTY are stacking up the B site with 3 and keeping a super passive A hold, but that's read into by Alpha, who's seizing some space of his own.
But that's the thing, it has to be something expected at this stage. You've seen a Viper screen, he's bypassed their smoke, and actually Forsaken does go walking.
Jason.
But it wasn't. Not expecting anybody to be that far through. A bit of a misplay out from the side of PARTY, and well, an afterplan for free in favor of Fnatic, and now an attempted retake.
Yeah, it definitely plays out as a mistake.
Udah gila Jason anjing.
For the A play, they gave up control over Bath, and sure, it was just good timing by Fnatic, catching them off guard that they'd retaken Bath and been so close, but all right, Jing flashed up.
Nice banget. Oh, Zero, welcome bro. Thank you.
Of course he does. Now he's blast packing out on mid. Who's surprised? Nade down in bathroom and still hunting them. His teammates fighting his behind on mid, trying to get them a little bit of space. Meanwhile, he's carved out bathroom control. The Boaster yielding that duel. It might be enough. Device left alone and having to get the defuse against 2 very different angles and a bit of utility to annoy him. This round's done for Divide.
Alfajar role-nya apa sih, Yor? Kayaknya anchor gitu deh, sama kayak zaman gue dulu. Main Killjoy, main Viper.
It is still truly terrifying how good Jing can be in those scenarios. Like, I think he even misses his nade, or by the looks of it, runs into his own teammate's aftershock, which is basically just being used to clear out Durka, and then still comes out with 2 kills. If he hits that headshot, he wins him the round. Like, Enzo is then isolated, but instead, it swings back into Fnatic's favor. Close for what the round was, but
tapi Shirai's-nya dia jago banget. Dia mending Alfajar main duelist nggak sih? Nggak tahu gue nggak pernah lihat dia pakai duelist. Emang jago banget ya?
And it means that there's still some gaps in this fight for PARTY.
It definitely feels like
Durka juga jago.
Come out of that with the 2 orbs, right? To have themselves that ult to close in space. Even if Jing didn't have this showstopper, getting him onto a site, you can imagine how terrifying it is losing vision, losing your audio for a moment, and then having this dude blitzing his way up on top of you. It can be scary. Those Prowlers coming through but not finding anyone. You can see that Forsaken, he's not deterred on his aggression, but it hasn't worked this round either.
Jason matinya.
Caught out by Althea in the last 2. Now the B side starting to come in onto pressure. You got the Hawk initially clearing the close angles, the Prowler doing the same in towards Tuka. It leaves basically the site just to be pressured now, still lurking within the smoke. You can see the spam even coming through from Durka as he leads the charge. actually, straight away, Showstopper actually utilized. He somehow gets way further than he should do without being shut down. And the trade's coming back and forth. Spike on the ground and isolated behind the smoke, but they do have a man advantage.
Wah gila Boster. Jason kemarin sama Keres waktu SMA GG, iya kah?
He's low, but 3 players peeking guarantees the round for Fnatic. Very nicely handled. Alpha Air. Oh, he just about got the plan. Just about got it for his ulti.
Buff ibu dulu nggak sih? Oke.
He has got his Viper
Jing ulti nggak kena mulu, iya kenapa ya guys ya? Lagi off banget ultinya anjing. Padahal dia udah dapat bagus banget tuh, dapat banyak banget dia. Orb.
It's funny as well because he goes straight past Dirk. I feel like Dirk is almost looking at him like, I can't believe you just attempted that. And now they're going to go running in onto Boaster, just trying to put the pressure on, trying to get the orb as well.
He's done a lot of damage, but yeah, eventually he has to give it up, and so the orb goes PARTY PRX's way. They have lost a bit of control for their trouble though. Oh, okay, the flash play in for Forsaken. Attempted to style up on them, but the shots don't land. Benkai is forced out of Bath and taken down. They have just dropped the spike in the open, but holding it seems to be a tall task.
With the stinger, I don't know how Jing seems to get away with so much, and now because of that, Nightfall is going to be invested. A quick reposition though from Fnatic. They're going to try and get out the back. More importantly, Enzo, he's still holding on here.
Bodok dia. Mamam lu. Bodok tuh, lu lihat. Jing kill banyak banget. Mamam lu Enzo. Yes. Nice.
1 HP on Divide, 61 for Mind Freak, and PARTY PRX, they reclaim their lead.
Jing is too dangerous to be kept alive. I genuinely don't know how he has so much success with such
Hai bang, potong kayu masih pakai cara lama. Sekarang
halo bang, halo. Masih kocoy, gila, iya. Ini gila banget Jing sih, stingernya buset dah. Syukurin Enzo, bodok, mamam lu.
Lothar was telling me all about this right-click stuff. You don't need it. You don't need it. You just run and gun with this weapon. Apparently, Jing's learned to spray.
Derke bunuh 0 guys, anjay. Derke bunuh 0.
Disclaimer: this is being done by a trained professional.
Do not try this at home. You will not be as successful. Oh, that's an ambitious nade. That's not going to find anything. PARTY PRX, Rolling Thunder, Orbital Strike, quite a bit to work with here. And
kebanyakan AM lab sih lu, Derke. Kangen Irfan Ratna, iya nih.
So all things considered, it's been a very successful early skirmish coming out of PARTY PRX. What is this man doing? He has just smoked off long, and he's creeping his way right up close. They're about to use an ult to try and get their way in towards the site, but they have no idea that this lunatic is stood up close to the smoke. They're being pushed behind. Mind Freak gets one, and then Jing dealt with. Taken down, PARTY PRX falling behind, and it's Divide isolated on the site now. He could be in a lot of trouble.
There's not a lot of places they have left to clear. One of them is his position right now, just waiting below. They've smoked it off. He's managed to hide in their smoke. He's using it against them. It seems like Enzo might be aware of the potential, but instead, he's just bypassed all of them. You're going to see the Rolling Thunder, and Badachi has pushed them away. Enzo now gets the kill, and Divide is still just hunting for him.
Aduh, Davai.
He's caught instead. What is this round? Fnatic have come out on top.
Aduh.
And Forsaken is trying to make his way through, TPing all the way back after making a sound. Trying to reposition away from them here.
Well, they seem to have a very good idea of where he went, Tom.
Udah bagus tuh.
I don't know that the surprise factor.
Kalau kata Yo, jadi ini lagi overperform gara-gara main sama Yor. Tai.
TPing away to save this weapon. Fnatic have got themselves that third. It's guaranteed. It's on the board. Question is Forsaken going to be able to save? And it might not be as sure a thing as you'd imagine. I see both Enzo and Boaster making their way towards the A side.
Yeah, the problem is
ini gimana nih guys? Ini Fnatic, aduh, juga lawan mulu.
These last couple of rounds have been so ridiculously close. I still, the funny thing as well, if you're Fnatic, you have absolutely no idea how close you were to losing that round.
Itu Tokopedia.
You don't know the Dubai was sat the whole time. In your mind, you've been hit by a load of utility, and you're probably thinking, okay, chances are he just dropped down. Yeah, exactly.
Aku datang, thank you Komik. Ada semangat dikit gue guys. Orang gak banyak pilih Ivan. Padahal bijinya aduh, rusak nih orang sumpah. Ditraktir Jeko guys. Kalian kalau ditraktir Jeko gimana?
Kenapa lu pilih Irfan pada mukanya kayak Toman? Sangka adian dakian gak suka ke pengajian. Suka minum minuman modal 30 ribuan. Buat bisa pergi jalan berharap bisa dibayar makan. Modal konsol buat jalan sungguh kasihan.
Evan aja lah. Why?
Fnatic are not having to adapt to site takes or where they're placing the
Alex Kengker.
Cobain bakar dulu ya. Mat.
Kok pelik lagi kena ada kocak. Sumpah gue ini sih sakit sih. Sumpah jadi lemes banget gue.
Minute small details that actually change that for Fnatic getting the victory. And as said,
Irfan Rata bobo dulu ya, mau hunting final. Oke, siap. Thank you Komik. Anjing dah.
He's still deciding, still making his mind up, still shopping. It looks like we're sticking with it. Okay, so a Stinger and a Spectre to work with here.
Wah gila, Derke marah bro, dapat nih crosshairnya, cok. Dia bunuh 0 loh.
Did Forsaken think that he was the decoy or
I don't know, but the thing is in the last
Sakit
round
apa,
they
Yor?
managed to get quite far down, so just tried something
Demam rada tinggi nih kayaknya.
And honestly, it was a very slow start for Derke. I don't even
Udah
know
sehat, Yor?
if
Belum.
might be his first kills. He didn't have any going into the last couple of rounds, but fact is
Besok mau dibeli round center nih. Aaron Jason Cinet besok mau dibeli round center nih. Oke, siap. Siap bro, siap. Crosshair Davai kenapa udah kayak plot anjir, baru sadar gua, nggak tahu. Udah swap belum besok?
It almost feels like on the defensive side you want to be grouped up gambling, spreading it like this and trying to play the default. Bankai's going to have to play retake on B side.
Nafas berat gak? Enggak. Cuman demam, literally demam. Udah swap atau PCR belum? Wah gila. Dia juga di sini Nyor, gue juga pak deketan di depan PC iya. Gameplay musuh yang kayak gini ya mereka main lama. Menurut lu siapa yang champion Nyor? Tak tahu, PARTY bisa sih. Bukan nolak diet sih, sebenarnya lebih kecapean kayaknya. Feeling gue kecapean sih. Gue kemarin ngedropnya gara-gara yang kemarin pergi ke ini terus langsung stream gila itu. Langsung drop kayak.
So many times that they've started really pressuring B long early to make sure that control can't be taken. But then after that point they're like, okay, someone's gonna push us. Let's just wait and see.
Gameplay Fnatic ya DRX ya, enggak. Menurut gue Fnatic tuh salah satu tim EMEA yang punya banyak hal yang bisa dilakuin gitu. Kayak ada game apa ya namanya, mini gamenya. Kalau Guild itu terlalu simple mainnya.
To take that lead again, it has been back and forth the entire way. This time around, some major difficulties for PRX though. They have got ultimates to play with a couple.
Hujan sih cuma 3 hari ini. Sama kecapean sama cuacanya juga kayak hujan, enggak.
Pretty deep bankroll.
Yeah, I think that's where things get a little worrying. By the way, those were Derke's first kills. So he has had a very quiet start to this game. Fnatic still in the lead. That's a very good sign for them because most of the time Derke doesn't have.
Gila Jing udah bro 10 Jason nih asli. Dari tadi nggak dapat kill mulu.
The step up from him. Already though, some cheeky plays being attempted. Look how passive Fnatic are currently sitting. They are so ready for these sort of aggressive plays to be made. Although Booster might be in a little bit of trouble. His counter utility has kept him alive. They are trying their best to spam him down. But in fact, he is just waiting for the cavalry, and it comes in the form of Alpha.
Yeah, great safety net for Fnatic. They realized the possibility on the low buy of those pushes coming through is pretty high. I thought it was interesting that Forsaken left his TP, his gate crash, inside of the teleporter. So he was going to go for aggression, potentially TP back, and still be there to help out his teammates. I wonder if that was
It's okay ke Iko sih. It's okay. Ini Fnatic literally mainnya default terus guys, karena tahu mereka tuh selalu do something. Si PARTY PRX, karena tuh si Jason tuh selalu do something terus.
Whether he wants to save this or take some damage, you know, if he already had a kill or two from his team, maybe you go out.
Gua habis ditinggalin Yor sama siapa? Yaur. Ente dah Yaur. Ente bro. Ente Yaur. Ente ditinggalin siapa? Gatel iya. Ini benci ya. Ini Fnatic mainnya lama banget.
Micro coming out from Fnatic just to make sure that they get all of the little pieces.
Ketik ente buat Yaur guys.
I felt like Fnatic have now fallen into a spot where they go, okay, if we just passively
dikejar doang Boster.
Yoru's not going to have any impact if he just stays passive. Jing is going to want to try and pressure us as well. So let's be patient and make sure that we catch any of that aggression. We can still go for a late round execution if needed. The issue with the composition that's there from PARTY PRX is sitting passive on this defense. I don't know if it's going to work.
Yeah, it's definitely a comp that seems to feed into proactivity quite a bit. Forsaken in trouble, in a lot of trouble. In fact, he's going to TP right out of there, but they are chasing him down. The decoy out and actually takes a couple of shots for him. Ultimate used as well. Extra info. One player spotted, but mid is he hasn't seen anyone. He hasn't seen any. Oh, okay, there's one at least spotted. He's going to complete.
Bye-bye, Enzo.
Catching Enzo and
Jason.
Through the ultimate, through a smoke. And this round is falling to
Nice
pieces.
banget. Nice banget Jason, gila. Bisa di Ayo Yor, halo Pici. Nice banget, cok.
Mat mamam guys.
Mat maman guys. Aduh, gila mie ayam bro. Gila mie ayam.
Wow.
Aduh, enak banget rasanya ya.
Mini watches that round back and just realizes what the hell just happened, because that was again just ludicrousy coming out of the likes of Forsaken. It's such a risky play initially. The pop flash he throws himself ends up catching plays. He does all of this while on low.
Gila, apa gue liat video donet, iya anjir sama cuman enggak lah. Tidur lah di sini. Kalau main sabar, dibalas harus sabar.
Absolutely perfect from PARTY PRX, and it came off the back of sheer panic. Fnatic start the round, take bathroom, put out Showstopper. Forsaken's running for his life. He's trying to get out. He uses his ult, he uses his decoy. And again, Forsaken initiating these duels. Fnatic, though, are deep in their spawn. They understand this is a team that likes to blur those offensive lines. A little bit of trouble for Forsaken, but he's got his team.
Gila, apa ini leh? Oh, gue kikir TP-nya ke hookah. Kalau ke hookah gila banget dah.
It takes Mystic out, which is a lot of your initiation already dissipated. And just look up, look where he is. It's not like he's... I said fallen back as the loosest of terms, because he is closer to their spawn than they are. You've also
Jason udah dapat cave. Ini udah fix 3B. Ayo.
Absolutely nothing. That was just a peek in towards hookah, and in the meantime, they are just buying time. They're throwing down little bits of utility, like, yeah, guys, you know, maybe you want to fall back here. Maybe you want to try and go back in the other direction. Althea, though,
what are you doing,
and now Jing's in quite a bit of trouble.
He got stuck. There's no way out for Jing. Completely trapped underneath the site. He survived though.
Wah, Davai.
For a while. I don't know if he's bought enough time though. They're clearing every angle. Seeing nothing. Plant coming through. The timing for Forsaken. It's absolutely perfect. He's in there and
kill.
His teleport gate crash was down on the bottom right of the map, as far away as it could physically be. And the man shift walked all the way through their spawn. The patience
nice timing, man.
Paying off. The Red Bull clutch and a 5th round for PARTY PRX.
It's just got to be so irritating to find out right at the end of the round that basically everything else that happened was just delayed. It was an attempt to put this man into position, and guess what? He was there exactly when PARTY PRX needed him the most. 5 rounds apiece. A purchase still coming up for both sides. And actually, interestingly,
Jason.
Will be pulled into play by Fnatic, Tom, and I don't think we can blame them. They've been caught off by a couple of these PARTY PRX rounds. For the map that's in it, and of course, the weight that this map carries now, as potentially being the final in this series. Fnatic maybe starting to get backed into a corner on this attack side. See them try to figure it out here in the next couple of seconds, but only 2 more to play for here, Tom, and really the half is up for grabs for either team. What I'm worried about.
Ini nama coachnya siapa sih? Yoshi-nya ganti sama si Showspit. Emang kenapa?
We saw the comparison on the desk earlier, even with Tens as stats, who maybe nowadays isn't quite carrying that North American flag like he used to, but it was ridiculous to see the difference between the two, and then taking into consideration that Fnatic are playing against better opponents.
Yeah, for sure. The game's come a long way since then. Like, it was a giant that was eventually toppled not just by one team, but by everybody improving over time. Durka had a flyer of a start, but that was a very small sample.
Kalau timeout nanti PRX boleh ngomong, boleh kecuali yang nggak boleh ngomong tuh technical timeout dua-duanya nggak boleh ngomong, kecuali yang bermasalah.
I'd love to get there, but Fnatic have got to almost prove it to us that they can face off against the might of
Nice banget.
It's just done it again within the first few seconds, and if you think even for a second he's going to back away, he already looked.
Boosternya mati guys, udah nggak ada smoker, ente lah udah ini. Mamam. Yang butak siapa ya? Durka.
You lose your smokes, but they have still got Alpha, and Alpha's rocking with a Viper's Pit. Makes it tough for PARTY. You got to keep control over this mid area. A bit of a fake going up and inside of Hookah, gets a lot of the utility put out there. Keeps PARTY stacked up on this side of the map with 3 players. A's under threat. Mind Freak up close. He's gonna. Oh my God! He took his smoke out. Alpha with a free kill. Viper's Pit online. It hasn't gone down just yet, but it feels just moments away. They need to get this plant through, and it doesn't look like they want to use it.
No, but maybe they should have done. They've been hit by Nightfall. They've been dropped by Jing. TP for Alpha here, and Forsaken's just waiting. They are falling for every single trap that's put into place by the side of PARTY. No spot on this map is safe, and Enzo's trying to lurk behind. Durka's actually going to stick this plant. It leaves him completely alone. In fact, he doesn't even get it down.
Gokil PARTY.
The last man standing, trying to rotate through it.
Gokil PARTY. Gokil. Yang mirip Dava juga kalau dilihat, aduh mirip aja semua ke Felix. Yang mirip Dava itu lu, bukan gue. Mana? Kacamata kan? Terus lumayan gede kan badannya. Lu mirip.
Not use the Viper's Pit there. It just seems like a massive mistake, and you were feeling it almost immediately. The sense of trepidation as I see these players take fights. I'm like, you could be planting right now. And I understand you want to keep it for the next round when maybe, you know, you're starting out fresh. You don't already have that foothold, but instead that little bit, I don't want to quite call it greed, but that little bit of greed, it ends up costing them massively. And now they face off in the final round.
Wah, nice banget Dapai.
Gone again, practically the same position.
And maybe expecting another peak coming out from Jing. Instead, the pace picked up from the remaining players through mid. The problem is, without that bathroom's control, it becomes a much tougher task to get a plant down. Durka will at least try and hold on. Look out! He just TP'd right behind! Enzo has fallen for the trickery once again!
Gila, nggak ada yang mau ini.
Watching for Forsaken. It's left all onto Durka. Well, he'll take
Gak ada yang mau apa? Gak ada yang mau apa namanya?
7-5.
Lihat belakang, Cok.
PARTY are half away from their highest ever finish within a Masters tournament.
A monumental victory this would be for PARTY, not only to take the series, to continue the win streak, but to defeat EMEA's best, a team that's in the running for the best in the world right now. This has been unbelievable, and I came in expecting to see maybe a couple of things I liked out of this Yoru. We know that Forsaken
Apakah nanti akan mimpi buruk gara-gara hantu Forsaken mungkin. Semoga PARTY juara ya.
You know, Forsaken had me on the first half, not gonna lie. Kind of thought of, you know,
first half of the first half.
First half. Thought it wasn't gonna go that well for him. But Brandy brought that around. You can really tell that he's starting to vibe, feel himself out there. He's getting those TPs off, and it's working out beautifully for him.
He survived the vibe shift in that first half. He survived it, and he flourished, didn't he? But I mean, honestly, a centerpiece of the reason that those early rounds were so close was because of Jing. I mean, we've decided to do a head-to-head comparison between 2 players on the same team in the same map. But just to highlight the numbers that these guys are putting up, Mimi, I mean, it's crazy.
It has been absurd. I mean, Forsaken, I think it was really getting shut down in the early part of that game. Was doing a lot of just kind of forward
Ketik 1 untuk PARTY PRX juara. Optik harus jatuhin Derek sih, biar nggak ketemu PARTY PRX on Derek. Waktu kemarin tuh PARTY PRX bantai Optik kan. Guys, ini gila sih, ini gila sih. Ini gila banget dah niat, gila banget Jing tuh, sumpah dah. Makan polo dia. Bantai PARTY PRX belum ketemu Optik semangat gua. Oh.
They overload you with so much utility that it becomes incredibly overwhelming, I think, to even get a clear idea and a clear handle of what's happening at a given moment in time. And now we're moving over to the attack side for PARTY PRX, I believe, which is one of those elements now where they are in control of the tempo and pace. They want to take these execs and these hits. You're going to see some honestly insane stuff.
Poster pusing, bro.
If they're going to be playing it like they have
Bantai siap-siap Jason cosplay ninja.
Trying to build this ult up and using him as like this human recon drone to ping out players and basically follow him with stuns and fault lines for them to set up plays.
And on top of that, even when they don't have the ult, it's going to be the TP in towards front site round after round. You see the combination between the two initiators. The Fade in the Breach will parry util, he'll TP in, and Jing will just be satcheling off it. It's really hard to counter. Fnatic's win condition is shutting down this Yoram.
Yeah, well, of course, we do know that PARTY
Gue
PRX
anjay bukan guard. Lama-lama gue liat mirip Jason. Kenapa TP nggak dihancurin ya? Mereka nggak ngeh kayaknya. Mereka nggak ngeh. Mereka ready buat maju aja udah. Bingung mereka mau lawan Yoru gimana ya?
7-5, they're leading coming into this.
Dari kebunuh 5, Jing over second di atas udah GG ini mah.
It's gonna have to be a big change from Fnatic, Tom, and I look to Durka. He has to be the hero to come online.
I would agree, but right now I think I'd have to look to Alpha here because every single member of this squad is just running straight at him. The TP setup.
Nah, udah GG lu bro. GG lu bro.
Oh wow, APAC has come to play here. This pistol could be a nail in the coffin for Fnatic. Remember, in that first half, we saw them find these 5 rounds. I believe they won the pistol though, right? They won that 2-0 lead and then it gets snatched out of their hands. PARTY PRX in a very strong spot if they close this out. Durka and Boaster. Oh, good read by Boaster.
GG lu bro, GG lu bro. GG nggak bisa bro. Dah GG. GG guys.
That's 8 on the board, Tom. And I mean, I assume Fnatic will take the eco here. That's quite a deficit to play on.
Gila ini PARTY PRX bisa juara loh.
They're gonna have to grind back from not really expecting much of an investment, but I love that Jing is basically just running through not only his own utility, but also his opponent's utility. And while he's doing that, they're almost baiting them in to that play through the TP.
That was like the most random flash I've ever seen. It looked like it definitely should have blinded him. And I think it might have blinded his opponents. I don't know if anyone will have a lineup for the open door to bounce off a texture, but fair play either way. Good night and sweet dreams to you, Jing. Absolutely pacey take. He's bouncing all over the place, making it look like
apa, bro?
on my screen.
What the fuck,
this guy
man?
is destroying, farming up towards that showstopper. Another victim close. We might have an ace on our hands.
Yeah, Jing's just decided, all right, I did all right in the first half, but I just want to get back to bed.
Apakah Fnatic akan jadi runner up lagi?
Just around the corner, he's gonna ruin it. Ace taken away. And while Boaster, any cost he can cause from here would be nice, but PARTY PRX won't oblige.
9 rounds on the board for PARTY PRX. A Bulldog brought into this round. They could potentially throw a couple of credits into a rifle for a stronger upgrade. And with the confidence rolling in Jing's favor, I mean, look at that. 2 players in spawn with knife out. You just can't expect them to be there already.
That's the thing. Jing bought a rifle and then sold it. And I'm like, if I'm Bankai here, I'm just like, do it. Honestly, just do it. Like, after what you did in the last round, just straight running. Alright, maybe he's
menang ini, iya GG ini udah cuman di ras doang, easy gaming.
Getting that aggression off the blast packs on top of the boxes. I don't know what this guy has up his sleeve. The one thing I know, anything is possible when this man starts moving with those packs. He's already towards the back of the site. He's on top, in fact. I don't know that they're aware of this. I mean, that smoke up top, it's certainly going to get your spidey senses tingling.
but they don't know exactly where he is. The drop down's perfect. An assassination from Jing, and he'll only find the one though. Durka at least keeping them alive, and that one keeping the favor theirs, but they have now lost the team, lost the spike, but not lost the advantage. 2 versus 4.
No, and you can see there was an attempt, or at least an idea from Enzo to maybe try and beat them, but at this point, play the numbers. Get yourself into a position where you're not going to lose too many weapons here, and more importantly, you're going to make sure you close this round. The start shot already, and actually the peek out from Benkai. Maybe he should have kept that rifle all along. They've turned it into a close scenario. I think Althea has spotted Devi, but now it leaves the IGL a chance to clutch his out. I don't think he has any idea where his opponent is coming from. Still gets the shot.
Almost, guys.
Well, it may have been a bonus round.
Si Fnatic temo sisa berapa? Nggak tahu.
Could have won cleanly. They certainly did not.
55 HP is the only thing that separates Fnatic from almost certainly going out of this series. I mean, the impact that Benkai had, that stun, and Alpha only barely snuck his way into the corner in time. Half a second, a quarter even, and he is gone. But a perfect round from him.
1 enemy remaining.
Netting them that extra chance, that 9-6, but we're going to have to put all of their economy into this round. They lost way too many players in that last one, Tom. And while the replay done was...
Apa Indomie sambil nobar enggak, bro?
Enak
sih, enak. Mau lagi nggak enak.
That's not a nice buy.
On this map, though, it could watch flash. Oh, they don't expect Jing to be so far forward. He's going straight for him, and he's gonna get taken out. But
Ya
it's a fine
ampun, gila mainnya barbar tapi work anjing.
I have to say it once again, absolute lunatic, but he has so much success playing at the highest level, almost like it's a pug. And while now, they are stuck at the back of this site. You've also seen the TP in. Forsaken, he's trying to hit the headshot. Eventually, he'll get it done. They still can't clear him from this corner. And he's taking this.
Gak bisa nahan, cok, Fnatic.
I don't know how he is still alive. I will say that right now. TP into the corner. Take this a little bit more aggressive. Hold that control. They're up against a Spectre and a Judge. No overextensions needed or asked for from PARTY. The fake TP into the corner, but that was a run back from Durka. Was he faking the save? He's come back now and being spotted anyway, so PARTY not giving anything away.
Bye-bye, Durka. Durka, bye-bye. Easy.
From Forsaken. 10-6.
Ini udah
Money in the gutter. Fnatic's gonna have basically nothing going into this round. Like, you can invest into a few SMGs here and there. Maybe Althea can try and play.
Gila, dia kok bisa cepat gitu ya responnya ya? Gue udah pasti buta anjir.
They are just being styled on by Jing. I feel like there's certain moments where you watch a man just completely feel out the game, make decisions on the fly, and sometimes if you're good enough, very, very rarely, you can win your team a game. That's what we're seeing right now.
Absolutely. Even that control at the end, the showstopper used to trade out control inside of Hookah, that was pretty much the only crutch that Fnatic had in that round. The only thing keeping them afloat was the fact that they
udah pasrah Boster, bro.
With weak weapons, they were able to take close fights. As soon as that's disrespected and taken out of their hands, they have to try and retake with Judges, Spectres, and they're smoked out. They're facing a massive...
Gigi banget anjing, Jing harusnya iya.
Very pacey early take inside of Hookah, brought off the back of the early aggression from Fnatic. So, all things considered, I don't think that PARTY could have possibly had a better counter to that just straight up mid push. Possibly had a better reaction in the moment, and with Jing sitting 22-12, there is very little that he can do wrong as a player right now. And what's most impressive about it
Oke, cuma sampai map 2, padahal pengen lihat PARTY main lebih lama. Tidak, gue pengen udahan guys. Cepetan lah, PARTY, gue menang. Abis ini berarti direct slot optik ya? VC-nya kapan menang VC ya nggak tahu.
Fnatic within the EMEA season since Althea joined have not lost a series. They sit 3 rounds away from that trend being broken. Althea with a Judge, but they're gonna know he's here trying to spam. In fact, Jing's already in the site. I don't even know he got there that fast. Mystic has been able to trade, but ultimately the weaponry just isn't there right now for Fnatic. They are playing with scraps.
Gak bisa, ini menurut gue Eropa belum siap ketemu lawan yang ngeras kayak gini, pusing mereka nih.
This map up against PARTY PRX, they're an unforgiving entity.
Kalau map sebelumnya kenapa bisa ketahan karena ada Siege, ini nggak ada.
So it's not the end of the world, but you know, Tom, I hope that their buy round's pretty good because they've got one of them.
Nggak bisa nahan ini mah.
And it's pretty much done and dusted. They have got a lot of supporting ultimates to come in though. Showstopper, Enzo's got his Alpha online as well. PARTY PRX with a Rolling Thunder for retake. Maybe a Nightfall as well for Dubai later on. This is a round full of minefields for both teams.
Even the Dimensional Drift, it's one of those ults that Forsaken can utilize to find so much information and just cause absolute havoc. And that's basically what he's done throughout the entirety of the map. It's just cause problems for the opposing side. Already setting up to try and make a move in towards this A side, maybe fake things out a little bit. And in fact, well, it's looking like he might try and wrap things around from behind. Already using his Dimensional Drift, just looking to try and run back through. You can see they're chasing him. They're trying to run after him to stop this man getting away with issues as the rest of his team take hookah control. But look where he is right now, surrounded and shut out. Fnatic adapt well.
Yeah, great stun as well going up into hookah. This has just stalled PARTY PRX completely. Maybe that works out if they can also apply the pressure on the side.
Bismillah, Persija
Getting
Sport.
locked out like that.
Woi Akbar, apa kabar?
That was unfortunate.
Jadi aku berharap Otik menang lawan
They
Derex.
also managed to take down the Boombot, right? When he put through his gate crash, ended up tagging up onto that. So they were very ready for that play. Great reactions and reads from Fnatic. Now what did PARTY PRX do? They had that Rolling Thunder as I mentioned earlier.
Si Jason tadi ke-stun temannya sendiri ya.
Straight into the site and a couple of seconds that wall's going to go down. I think they're just waiting for it.
30 seconds left.
The question is where do you place this? In fact, they don't place it at all. Straight into the site, but caught up. Lowered on HP, and Fnatic are holding strong. A couple of players remain. Benkai has been able to find one back. At least making this a little bit more competitive, but solid positioning from Alpha. Teaming up with Mystic and Fnatic. Well, you said they needed this round. They've got it.
That they have 4 between them now, starting to close in the distance a little bit, showing us a stronger face to that defense, and even putting some pressure onto their opponents economically. They're going to have to start dropping over some weapons and seeing just some money struggles start to come through for the first time for some players. Solid hold, and very much countering what PARTY PRX were going for, the chaos they wanted to push onto the B site, but there were too many players and too much utility there waiting for them. This time around, it looks like they're going to test the other side of the map. Another very fast push in towards the bathroom. They'll get it for completely free with the Prowler. Right on the side.
Gila banget lu.
They're actually going to use the Rolling Thunder. 3 players able to back up. Orbital Strike will give them that extra little bit of space, but ultimately it's ult spam that's found very, very little to counter out as Benkai dies, but he does manage to get the spike down. Forsaken's aggressive position has now been spotted, so he has to try and get out of there.
Anjing
And
gila.
Alvia is just
Ditungguin
watching that
Taik.
TP, not allowing for any more shenanigans.
Ini jangan comeback dong, boy.
We've seen attempted. On the way through here, Divide got his own little shield in the form of the Cosmic Divide, but there's a player inside it with him. And I don't think you're quite going to be able to do anything about that, Mind Freak. And as that wall fades, way too many players here. It's halved already, and it'll be finished off by.
Soalnya slot sekarang udah tinggal milih mau di flash atau warna apa. Ini pause nih. PARTY PRX pause, percaya nggak guys? Percaya nggak? Emang Jingnya harus dibunuh sih.
Coming online a little bit at least gives me a better hope. I like the ult combination as well. You had the Nightfall to bring the player low. There's no way out of there for Banker, and then they managed to almost just section off every single player. The worry for me is you using that many ultimates over the last couple of rounds. So you used the Viper's Pit to basically grant you one. Now you've had to use 3 ultimates to grant you another. The
Yuk, sambil nunggu aja yuk guys.
not gone just yet. They still have the finances to invest back into this round.
Let's go.
Sure, they use some ults themselves,
Sambil
so
nunggu
I guess
yuk.
that's almost counted each other out. But the main danger is the fact that they only need 2
Ya lu
rounds
ngantuk
to
ya,
make
bukan.
the way
Gua
that both
udah
teams
gak kuat
are
guys, sumpah.
I
Gua demam
don't
ini.
know if I see a world where Fnatic don't at least slip
Ya
up.
kalau yang kalah langsung pulang apa gimana? Enggak turun ke lower bracket. Aduh, gue lemas banget guys. Demam gue ini.
3 rounds between them, diving into a full buy with some weaknesses. Ultimates used up on their side and not really found any value in the previous round. It's definitely one that has the warning alarm.
Kalau udah sekali udah cukup guys, nggak perlu ini. Wah, jenong. Spammer. Ntar biar ini. Jenong spammer ternyata adik-adik.
Maybe they could play a little bit more passive and get the information. Maybe they can use it to take well.
Anjing dah.
At least we'll have to wait and see.
Satu kali udah cukup, coek.
So the pressure isn't off.
Nih gue udah gak kuat nih. Gue mau fanatik ini kayak udahan nih, sumpah.
Very early control. Maybe expecting more of a fight, but instead they will be garnering that all.
Yeah, if anything, probably hoping for more of a fight. The data close not going to yield too much. Nightfall down to the back of sight. Actually, Enzo is here and able to hear.
Ya mak, Jason mati lagi.
Back through, he's being spotted. 3 players around this position. They have all that info, but it doesn't scare PARTY PRX at all. Going right out onto the side, and I think a truck plant about to come through. Fnatic don't have anything to deny this right now. It looks like it's going to be conceded. Post plant for PARTY PRX, and they are deadly in this.
Seekers at least is going to give the information away. One of them does bypass Jing, but they should have a decent idea. In fact, he swings! Just swings straight out of the Mind Freak! Quickly find a couple of kills. Enzo with solid trade.
Jing, stop lah!
One man. It's Benkai trying to fight back versus 2. He still has an aftershock, but whether it will have too much value from this position, I'm not so sure. Needs to try and re-aggress a little bit just to try and deny them that extra space. There goes the aftershock to buy a little bit of extra time. Not many bullets left in the clip. He's got to try and go for one of these fights. Reload goes through, but Enzo, a solid round out.
Aku cinta ya, thank you Bar. Mantul.
Just about. And more importantly,
aduh, Jing udah bagus.
Another massive amount of clutch potential there. I'm surprised PARTY PRX continued to just barrel forward, but they had the success rooting these players out of the site with their utility. That retake just a little bit too strong, and yeah, it was Enzo carrying the weight of it. Especially here in the end, that little cover, the head peek angle, and it was pinpoint perfect as could be. 11-9. Fnatic stay alive a little bit longer. They hold strong for now. They're up against pistols, up against the Stinger. You've got the Jinger.
Jadi harusnya udah sih main flash tapi gitu soalnya udah ketebak.
I love seeing the pain in your eyes from that comment.
Yeah, thank you for that. I was enjoying myself up till now.
Durka though, he's going to take that early fight. These are the duels we kind of expect from Durka a little bit more. I think he shied away from them in some of the earlier rounds because of how much of a challenge has been coming through. Instead, in this one, at least he's going back for more. And that confidence is what we want to see from the Finn. Just decimating anybody that walks into his crosshair. And while the only man left to buy, well, he's going to remove the flawless at least.
Yeah, for what it's worth. In the end, 10 for Fnatic as expected, cleanly dealt with. This is the one that matters. PARTY PRX have the credits in back pocket.
Mereka, aduh kaya banget lagi.
About to have Rolling Thunder, about to have Orbital Strike. They've reset their ultimates, regenerated them back up, and now it's time to put them to work before Fnatic can equalize. And Tom, if they equalize, they put PARTY PRX down to an eco, or at least a very, very weak force buy. Fnatic could be on the verge of retaking control of this map.
Mystic bunuh 5. Ini Mystic bentar lagi di ini nih. Di bench.
This attack side certainly hasn't been as strong as I expected thus far.
No, we haven't seen much of that Yoru magic in this second half. Jing has been almost the main fear. On that other side, Forsaken though looking to try and take charge of this scenario. Early presence was sent away from this A site, but after pressure being put in towards the bathrooms, you can see that adaptation going elsewhere.
Ulti.
Jing also looking to challenge into hookah, but is instantly smoked off.
I really enjoy the early rounds from PARTY PRX. I think the way they duel for some of this map control is super interesting. Like that bathroom fight.
Ulti ke long. Ulti ke long Jing. Jing, 2 Jing.
Fnatic's hands. But Fnatic are responding to this near perfectly. They're making their way towards the B site with a 4-man stack. And PARTY PRX set up to take control. They've got a Rolling Thunder to work with, and it's going to have to find a lot of value. It's covering long. It's catching one player. In she goes.
Finally dapat.
Catching the frag, but has enough space being bought. These players are still stuck in their corners, still hiding away. And
nice trap, nice trap, nice trap, nice fucking trap.
Being planted, and Fnatic can't do anything about it. They're a little bit too far back. The Molly completely locked them out. And a post plan setup now, one away from Orbital Strike on Mind Freak.
Kill here from him to put this one to bed. A quick push though. Devi is dropped. A showstopper available, but a target yet to be found. Maybe trying to force them back, but no, Forsaken lands the instant headshot. And now Enzo is needed once again.
Iron, pick Ron.
Second player's going to be just trying sticking it all the way to half. He's managed to get it that far at least, but still needs to win these duels, and the time is ticking down.
Nice.
They're playing it perfectly.
Nice.
Forsaken will get them to 12. PARTY PRX 1 away from that upper bracket final.
Enggak, ini udah menang. Fix.
Monumental victory for them. Like we said, this would be the best result for either of these teams, but PARTY PRX in particular, they have fought long and hard, and I think EMEA, it's got the respect it deserves. It's world-renowned. But APAC, well, it hasn't quite, despite the consistency of this team, I don't think it's garnered nearly as much respect as it deserves. And right here, they might just be forcing that respect upon themselves. 2 chances to close it out, and a goodbye. On both sides, really, but the pressure's on for Fnatic.
They managed a streak of 4, needing just a couple more to take this one to OT, to attempt to try and fight it back. Durka is sticking around. He wants this fight. Now, they're not going to really get anything off of the C's. The P coming through, and he's going to land the shot out of there. And now the pressure comes onto Forsaken. He's found with the flash in hand, almost manages to dance his way out of there, but the advantage is kept. Benkai, though, trying to be a little bit sneaky. He is actually going to get caught out. So they'll have the information of where he's going to be. Might even just try and swing on him here.
He tried to dodge it, but that snake bite actually kept him boxed in completely.
Aduh.
On his way back around to the A site, giving up the control. Good fight from Fnatic. Great early duels. Durka, brave to stick around inside a bathroom, but the reward is found. We look elsewhere. 3 smokes.
Mental set PARTY PRX juga mantap sih. Fnatic ngelawan banget ini. Iya.
Was just the previous round. They have no control. They're going to be going in blind when they do. Can't afford to telegraph this too much. Not with just 3 players left. It's time to blitz out and take that control, and it's Durka waiting up in heaven that scares me. If he's not pushed off this angle, I feel like they lose another on their way through. Oh, good fight.
Moving back, yeah. Turn things into a likely afterplant, although they're trying to bait out the gravity well. This time bought by Boaster allows for that rotation back through.
10 seconds left.
Blast pack might be attempted.
Aha!
It's not connected. The C's, however, has and leaves Mindfreak.
Ron, lu ada ulti, Ron. Ron, lu ada ulti, nggak boleh mati, Ron.
Away, but hasn't connected the shots anyway as they look to go past.
Orbital strike online, but Mindfreak can't necessarily get out of here. That's the trouble. The post plant not going to be as strong as it could be, but Fnatic don't know that. Already tapping orbital strike coming through. Great stun. Durka in trouble. He's lit down to just 1 HP. Mindfreak grabs a frag, and I don't know if he expects him to be close, but it doesn't matter.
GG, nice. Nice, GG. Look, let's go. GG, guys. Okay, guys. GG, anjay, nice PARTY PRX.
We have the conversation of Durka, Yay, like battling out for who is that best player in the world. I think we're gonna have to add a few more names to that list.
Okay, guys, langsung. Gede-gedean sepuasnya. Cuma bisa ditangkap. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aku anak baik. Congrats bro. Aku anak baik. Let's go. Aku anak baik. Ada hadir. Apa? Kamu punya IG?
Where's the spray gone now, Benkai? Well, number 10 and number 69 stepping up to the plate here, and they have had a fantastic series. Yes, beautiful.
Jason Chayadi.
We've got some great graphics team. You're not even going to notice.
Chayadi.
Truly a really impressive display all the way.
Jangan di private dong, guys, jangan di private dong. Wait, Jason, jangan di private dong.
but
Can
really,
di private.
this map was all about those superstars. This map was all about the likes of Jing and Forsaken, and again, I don't know if there's a better duo in the world right now.
I'll still give huge props to Alpha here, though. I have to say, for coming over here, the only Turkish representative, very
Alright, kita cari lagi satu lagi. Wait, last ya guys. Bisa di Tokopedia 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3 2 1. Alvin Anggriawan. Congrats Alvin. Congrats Alvin. Alvin Anggriawan. Alvin Anggriawan. Jangan lupa di follow Instagram ya guys ya. Jangan lupa like juga foto gue lah, lumayan. Hadir, thank you Alvin. Mana? IG. IG lu apa? Congrats Alvin.
PARTY, they took the mold, they obliterated it, and they make their way into the
Alvin.
There is still another team to join them, but first a break and then the analyst desk.
Anggriawan. Alright. Oke guys, saatnya gue untuk off. Thank you semua yang udah nonton, thank you udah subscribe, thank you yang udah like, thank you udah donate juga, thank you semua yang udah support. Saatnya gue untuk off. Gue udah gak kuat lagi guys. Mungkin nih gue langsung tewas gitu, tepar nih gue. Oke, see you guys, bye bye, selamat tidur, thank you. Besok gue gak tahu ya live atau enggak ya guys ya. Oke, bye bye guys, see you. Thank you guys.